What's up, everybody? What is up, everybody? You guys Chad, you're gonna be mad at me. You're gonna be mad at me. I forgot to change the sub alert. I forgot. I swear I forgot. I swear I forgot. I'll have it for next time. Sure, I did forget. I actually did forget. Don't call me a liar. I forgot. Nil me, thank you for the 14 months though. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I did not intentionally forget. That's not how forgetting works. That's not called forgetting. That is not called forgetting. That is a different thing that you're describing. What the hell are you gonna do? What do you mean, people riot? This should have never happened. This should have never happened. All right. Anyways, I'll have it. This is not, even though today is Thursday. It is Thursday, right? It is Thursday. Thursday. It's not the last stream of the week. Because I decided. Chris, thank you for the gifts up. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I decided, even though I was not going to try hard for the second stage of the Duelist Cup, which begins tomorrow, I'm not gonna do the whole thing again of like playing as much as I can in 3 days, like 64 hours or whatever we streamed last time. I'm not gonna do that because, quite frankly, I don't have to, and it is very, very stressful. But I'm still gonna play it. You know, I'm still gonna play the second stage, and I might as well stream it. So we're just gonna, like, I don't know. I'll probably just like set myself some challenge, like how many points I want to reach or whatever, right? Like how high can we climb in a couple hours or whatever. And we're just gonna have some fun streaming it, right? Instead, like, there's not gonna be delay, no like tryharding without talking, all that stuff, right? We're just gonna play second stage and try to do as best as we can without, you know, stressing too much about it. So yeah, and I mean, we're just gonna stream that. The thing is, I don't know exactly yet. It's crazy. I don't know yet whether we're gonna do that just tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday or maybe like 2 out of those days or whatever. I'll just see how I'm feeling. Like, it's gonna be like, you know, either I'll, if I feel like it tomorrow, I'll stream tomorrow. It depends a little bit on the weather as well, because if it's like if it's rainy and stuff, I'll be inside. I'll be streaming. If we have really good weather on one of the days, we'll probably decide to go outside and do something, because like these days it's like it's really mixed. Like, some days are really bad weather, some days are fine, and so like I'll maybe decide based on that, you know. But either way, yeah, I'll let you guys know. You know, you guys are followed on Twitch anyways, most likely. You guys can join the Discord. You guys can follow on Twitter, wherever you prefer. And I'll let you know when I'm live, right? It's as simple as that. The Spice, thank you for the 12 months Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome back to the full year. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Anyways, that is that. That is that. What do you think of Lord of the Heavenly Prison as a tech against Unchained? It's fine. It's fine. Like, I would argue before Age of Overlord, in Labrynth, you should have played Lord of the Heavenly Prison, because Unchained was like very popular and by far your worst matchup in the format, probably. However, now after Age of Overlord, I don't know if it's worth main decking anymore, because there's like other decks too now. Like even more different decks. And Rescue Ace is probably more popular than Unchained, so I'm not sure if it's worth main decking, but it is a good card against Unchained. You could side deck it, you know, if you expect people to be on Duster and Lightning Storm anyways. Might as well, like, you can like cover those and cover Unchained. I think that's fine. Silk OP, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate you. Konami should have given us the new Ice Barrier and Infernoid supports for the next packs. Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we know what's in the next pack yet. So how are we How are we talking badly of the next Master Duel pack yet when we don't have them yet? Or are you talking TCG? We got the announcement in the game. Oh, okay. I guess we'll look at that in a second. I haven't seen that yet. I have not seen that yet. Okay, so we'll look at that in a second. First, we need to warm up though, chat. We need to warm up. The Architect, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. All right, let us begin. Let us begin. Any advice to win the Duelist Cup second stage? I have made a video on that on my main YouTube channel. Like last week, we talked about it was a tier list for the second stage, but there's also a lot of, if you listen to it, there's a lot of like advice in there. So you can go !YouTube and find and go about it, like watch it there. If not today, we're also gonna focus a lot on that. Like if you have any specific questions or whatever later on. We're going to be playing Master Duel today and preparing for the second stage and building some decks that I would play for it or that I will play for it, so on and so forth. So, you know, either check out the YouTube video or just stick around. Okay, let us begin. This looks familiar. Dark Calling. Fairy? No, Zodiac. The Bunny Blast. Yep. This one I don't know if I'm familiar with. Oh, it's the catalyzer, right? Yeah. Is that Scape Ghost? I'm not sure. It's not. Oh, that's on ninjutsu stuff. I'm gonna skip it because I don't know what it is. Sealing ceremony? It could be. Sealing ceremony of Mokuton. What does that have to do with scapegoats? I didn't know that. You look familiar to me. You're the Gizmek. Gizmek Kaku? Yeah. Springan's Brothers, right? We had that yesterday. Yeah. Suship. However, Ikura? Nope. I've been lied to. Uni? Nope. I've been lied to again. I'm skipping it. Oh my god, I'm tilted. I am actually tilted. Thank you for the Prime, Violex. Link Slayer, I want to say. Yes. Oh, this is the Synchro 5 Fitzgerald. Yeah. Chucky, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Fabled Unicorn. Fabled Unicorn. I don't think it's Sacred Tree. No. Oh, it's the monster, the thingy. What is it called? I don't know. I've seen it though. That one. Oh, it's not a tree. It's a freaking thing. I've never seen that. It's an animal. Holy shit! I never noticed that. I thought it was a tree. This is some granule. Emperor? Nope. Nope. Oh, is it Mechlord Assembly? Oh, it is. Okay, my bad. Turbo Cannon? No. Wait, Turbo Rocket? Ah, okay. I'm lost 50-50. What's going on here? No, what is going on here? What the hell is that? Battle Wasp? Where's the head? Anyways. Oh, there's the head. Oh. Oh, old. Old. Pale Beast. Pale Beast. The something ant lion, right? This one? Yeah. This is ad lib. Yeah. This is chain burst. It might not be. It's something chain destructions, chain detonation. Okay. Gear Gigant X, I think. Yep. What is going on here? Is this Decoy Dragon? Yep. This one I don't know. I'm pretty sure I don't know. Chronomaly Technology. Okay. Oh, Kaliga. 2 points. We take those, I guess. This is something Dogmatica. Dogmatic. Turgy. Is it Dogmatica Turgy thingy? Is it this? No, I think it's Macabre, right? Yeah. Gishki. Oh, I'm skipping. I know it's a Gishki. But I don't know what it's called. And there's too many Gishkis to search. Mollusk. Is this the Unchained Trap? The chamber, right? Yeah. Oh, I've seen it. Oh, I know you. Who are you? He's like the little robot dude. Oh, it's a synchron. Yeah, it's a synchron. Junk anchor. Yeah, nice. We got. Oh my god, what is that? I think I've seen it. I think I've seen these guys. Top shit. I would not have known that. You guys are saying sales split pitch. I'm glad I skipped. Oh, this is something. Oh, fairy breeze. Something breeze. Is it? Is it Spirit of the Breeze? No. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this this Dark Sage. I have Dino Mist, maybe? No, Infinitrack. Drag Shovel. Ankla Hopefully, no. It is one of those though, I think. I think, which one is it? It's not Ruin Force either. It's one of the bad ones. Okay, no. Never getting that. I am never getting that. This is something something sphere, right? Or cyber egg angel? Not a sphere. Egg. Oh, it's the Sacred Beast support. Is it Dark Summoning Beast? It's not Dark Beckoning Beast. Yeah, okay. This I think is Launcher. I think this is Launcher. Yep. This is Chandelier. Yeah. Okay, nice, nice. Some progress. Oh, I did it. I did not. I didn't see it was that. I thought these. I thought these were teeth at first. Anyways. Rottweiler. Rottweiler. Like this. Easy clap. Easy clap. I thought Bacon Saver, but I don't think it's Bacon Saver. No, what is some scythe? That one. Okay. Trap disposal unit, hopefully. Yeah. Looks like that's what they're doing. This, on the other hand, I don't think I know. Some Christian. Yeah, okay. What do we got here? What do we have here? Oh, good and evil. Good and evil, right? Yeah. I want to say it's a something pyroxene fusion, maybe? No. It has something to do with it, though. Is that absorb fusion? Oh, I mixed them up. Gem Knights have too many fusion spells. You heard it here first. Some alien support. Not sure what it's called, though. Breeding device. Fire soldier? No, what? Fire trooper. Guardian of Order. Guardian of Order. And I didn't need the last zoom. I already had it, but I clicked zoom anyways. I don't know why. Absorbing Sky Kid. Sky Kid. Sky absorbing. Wait, what is... something absorbing. Absorbing Kid from the sky. Okay. Ooh. This is DD. Destroyer? Destroyer. Who is that? Who's that? It's Dulorin. Oh my god. I should not have taken the second zoom on that. I should have known that. This is something Venom. There's a lot of Venom cards though. Venom shot. Venom shot. This is Taming. I do not know what that is. It's not Comic Hand. Magic Hand. Okay. Is this a Blackwing? Yeah, I think so. No, it's not. Crow Tengu. Okay. Do not know that. We're getting some problem cards here that I have not seen before, really. This is Burning Abyss. This is... It's not Calcab. It's the other one, Cagna. The ritual. This is the one with ritual thingy, right? Okay, this... Something scrolls. 6 scrolls? Yep. This is Reaper of Prophecy. Draw lol, thank you for the 10. Appreciate you. Welcome back. This is also is this Shien's Castle of Mist? I don't think so. No, it's not. What archetype does this belong to? I forgot. No. I've seen it though. Golden something. No, Secrets of the Gallant. That's a Fire Fist field spell? Really? Bro, this last 2 minutes have been awful, by the way. This could have been a good round. But this is like, what the hell is that? This is Giant Orc. Have I seen this? I have. This is the Fire Armageddon Knight. Bushfire something? What is this called? There's no Bushfire. Bushfire? What? I thought that was it. What is it then? What was that called? Hold up. Brushfire, not Bushfire. Oh. I forgot the R. I always read it as Bushfire. I didn't realize it was that. Okay, well. I guess 775 it is today. Come on, man. Come on. All I did was forget an R. And we could have gotten 800. Don't call me washed for that. Thank you for the 4 months, though. All right. All right, Dark Effect Monster. Let me just... I'm thinking of Teraherds right now. Boom, not Teraherds. It is 0 defense, though, while not being a Link monster. 0 defense with 3000 attack, while not being a Link monster. Chat is saying I can't. Yeah, Levianeer could be Levianeer. It could be Levianeer. It's probably Levianeer. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's from the same year, though. It's from the same year. How much defense is Bigfoot? Bigfoot is also 0. It was Bigfoot. It was Bigfoot. Okay. Easy clap. Easy clap. This is why, by the way, this is, in case you've ever wondered, this is why we always do the card guesser first and then this one last, because this one always makes us feel better. Pretty much all the time makes us feel better. It's actually called Bushfire Ritter in German. See, maybe that's why. So they fucked up the translation. That might be why I remember it that way. Because the thing is actually called Bushfire Ritter in German. Which is the translation for bushfire, not brushfire. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. Excuses? Literally not an excuse. Literally not an excuse. This is everything but an excuse. I am German. I've probably had the German card back then, and if it was called Bushfire in German, then how is that an excuse? How is that an excuse at all? How are you? How do you guys have the audacity to call that an excuse? What the hell? If anything, it's a very good excuse. That's what you could have said. You could have gone ahead and said, like, very good excuse. That, fair enough. Fair enough. Good excuse. That makes sense. No, instead you just called it an excuse. I thought it was Bushfire as well. Today I learned it was probably a mistranslation. Excuses. Excuses. You should feel bad about that. You should feel really bad about thinking that. It's a Call of the Hunted angle, yeah. Alright, chat. Today, since we're done with the warm-up already, and there's nothing we need to react to. There's nothing of sorts like, new cards or whatever. There's only one thing we will react to today, and that's the 2010 recap. The 2010 Yu-Gi-Oh recap will be reacted to at some point during the stream when we have the lunch break. Other than that, I'm just booting up Master Duel, and that's going to be what we're doing today. We're going to be... I haven't logged into Master Duel in a while, chat. Bop. I probably have to update even. Maybe not. There's nothing new. We'll see. Oh, I do. Okay. Bop. That's a small update, though. All right, let us check, because you guys said there was an announcement in the game about the new pack. People say today the openings of the 25th Rarity Collection will be up. I heard that too. But I don't know if it's, I don't know if it's true. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see. Upcoming, wait, ban list update? How? I saw no one talk about this before the stream. This is the first time I'm seeing this. It's tiny. Okay, I guess let's still see. Oh, okay, that's why. Cards to be limited. We are changing the forbidden limited status of the following cards. Until now, this card had been forbidden and unobtainable. Yadagarasu and Teller Knight Ptolemaeus. Okay. I mean, Yada is irrelevant because it's the year 2023. Ptolemaeus, y'all remember when Ptolemaeus got unbanned in the TCG? Like, not even, maybe a year ago or something like that? And people went crazy over it. People went crazy for it and hyped it up, and it was like, it got incredibly expensive and all that. And I was out here telling you guys it didn't freaking matter. The card just sucks in 2023. And who could have guessed? No one ever played it. It did nothing. Literally nothing. Reveal in 4 hours? Oh, you are right. You are right. That is premiering in 4 hours. Nice. Okay, I guess we'll stay here until the thingy openings. Nice. Let me put that in the title real quick. Rarity Collection reveals later. Honestly, I am quite hyped for the Rarity Collection. And to see how those rarities look on TCG cards. Like, because I've seen like images of the OCG cards, but like I do really want to see how they're gonna end up looking and which one of the ones is gonna be my favorite and stuff like that. And do we know all the cards in the thing? We do, right? Because we assume it's just the same cards as in the OCG minus Maxi. That's kind of what we're guessing, right? Anyways. Let's focus on this. Okay. Yadagarasu and Ptolemaeus, honestly, both, even though Yadagarasu is like 15 years older than Ptolemaeus. Nah, actually, it's like 12. Both of these are not really going to matter. Cards for which the limit on the number of copies will be lifted, Blaster. Does this just mean Blaster is going to be unlimited? Because this wasn't banned, right? This was already at 1. Blaster was at 1. Okay. I mean, that's Pog. Even though one Blaster did not see play at all. Haven't seen it see play at all. I guess it fits into the theme. Wait, it was at 2 already. Okay, I didn't even know that. See, I already forgot that. I only remember that they unbanned it at some point. I didn't even remember that they put it to 2 somewhere. Yeah, I mean, look, it's fitting because it's like the year of the fire support and we get the new fire support card. So I guess they want to give us 3 Blasters. Are people going to use Blaster in any deck? Probably not, unless, like, I mean, maybe if someone is playing, like, yeah, Infernoids, maybe, you could consider it, I guess, But even if no one plays it, on a card like Blaster, which isn't like a Floodgate or anything of that nature, there's really not much risk to it, There's no risk, because if no one plays it, then it should not be on the ban list. Let's be real. Like, if the card is not good enough to see play, then it should not be at 3. And I hardly see Blaster ever becoming like a problem card, right? Like, how bad can it really be? What's the risk here? It's not gonna dominate the metagame, and it's 2023. Like, the card is completely fine, completely fine. So yeah, I guess this explains why no one was talking about this, because if we're being realistic here, this changes nothing. This is a ban list that changes absolutely fucking nothing. A whole bunch of nothing in that. Okay. A new selection pack is here. Wait, a new secret pack and selection pack. Okay, selection pack. This is the Noble Spirits one, which is the one that has the new card in it. The new card. And a whole lot of garbage, as I'm seeing here. Okay. Let's see. In addition to new spirit monsters and a new Tellar Knight Force, Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames Bestower of Flames will also take the stage. See with your own eyes the record of a struggle that spans the ages. In addition to ultra rare thingy, ultra rare Sumuha Kutsunagi. Oh no, it's this guy. It's the ultra rare. It's the secret rare that no one ever wanted to pull. Oh my god. Okay. We get Tellar Knight Caduceus, which I don't even know if Tellars probably play this. I don't remember, but I think they play this. If you're playing Tellar, you probably play this. Grand Sulfur Kulia, which is not that cool, despite the name. And then we got Tri-Edge Master, which out of these five ultras, Tri-Edge Master is an okay card. And as we talked about yesterday, the Bestower of Flames thingy, the Link 3 Fire Monster, is a good card. But not for every deck. So, is this a good pack? I mean, if this is all the ultras, then probably not. If this is all the ultras in the pack, then I don't even know if it's worth opening, because let's be real, you want one of this. You want one of this, and you want one of this, and then you probably are done with the pack. So, you could just maybe you just craft those two and call it a day, or maybe you open 10 and try to get lucky and pull them. I don't know. But I mean, this is only 5 cards, and usually new packs will have more than 5 new cards. However, you can probably guess that there's going to be more Tellar Knight support. And whatever else. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. It's like, we don't have to speculate, because it comes out in 4 days. It comes out in 4 days. We literally just wait 4 days and see what happens on Monday. As simple as that. Yeah. But honestly, I thought these two news, when I saw them, I thought they were going to be more exciting. It's kind of disappointing to read new selection pack is here and upcoming Forbidden Limited List update all together, and then both of those are like that. Those are the news, right? We got mega baited. Yeah. It's like, okay. What does this mean? New secret pack, Fires of Scorching Bonds. The new secret pack is available with Libromancer themed cards and cards related to a Cybers type monster. A Cybers type monster? What does that mean? What the hell does this mean? Why is the A capital? Why is a large A? What does that mean? Firewall? But new secret pack usually doesn't mean new cards, right? That's just a pack of consisting cards that were previously only available in the master pack, right? Usually. Maybe it has a couple. Do you think that... Because it's called Fires of Scorching Bonds. Does this mean, like, it's going to be Salamangrate cards? Do we get the Salad support here? They would announce that, surely. That'd be a more exciting announcement than the freaking, the other stuff. It would make sense. It would make sense to release the Salamangreat support together with this card. That would make sense, but I don't know if they would... I don't know. I don't think they would do that. Duelist Cup additional missions. I think we still have to do those, but I didn't want to originally. So originally... Today, I wanted to... since we've already gotten Duelist level max in the Duelist Cup, but we haven't gotten to Master 1 yet, which we are just a couple games away. 4 more games. I thought it would be fun. I thought it would be fun if we started by getting to Master 1 as fast as we can. And using the additional time after to finish some of the missions in the Duelist Cup. Right? Surely this is possible in a single sitting. Just 4 more. Let me see what I have built right now on Master Duel, because it's been a while. You see. Alright, what do we can just... I have a bunch of lists ready. We can just play a little bit and switch between them. That's alright. Thank you for the 18 months, Icentrix. Thank you so much. Play Sky Striker? No shot. Sky Striker, I feel like after the Ray copy pasta, Sky Striker has become one of those decks that I won't play those just for fun anymore. You know? Kind of like it's yeah. Because chat is gonna go crazy whenever it happens. Even we didn't even play it. We just mentioned it, and this shit is going on. You see what you did? All right, it's a good hand, but we're going second, and we don't have a hand trap. What are those sleeves? What archetype is that? B Trooper? BO. Uh-oh. Are we getting FTK'd? Is this the first game of the day and we're getting FTK'd? Nah, man. Oh my god. Why did they make pendulum cards, man? What's the FTK? I don't know. I don't know. It's not FTK, but Baron plus statue. God. You should not have said that. Certain sentences, like, as a Valence gamer myself, should just not be used, you know? Like, you could have conveyed the same amount of information without saying that. You didn't have to say that. You could have told me that without saying the other thing, you know? You know what's gonna happen, chat? I think they put the Majesty Maiden because they're gonna secret village me. I think I'm gonna be secret villaged. Which is concerning. Bro! Why are you playing this shit, man? We've been here for no joke 37 minutes. The thing is, I do want to see what the deck does. That's why I'm not scooping, by the way. I'm assuming we've lost, but I just want to see what it ends on. Because maybe it's not Secret Village. Copium. Maybe they're gonna add Chicken Game to draw a card. Maybe they're gonna discard it for Majesty Maiden. Maybe they'll forget to summon a spellcaster. Oh my god, dude. You're so cringe. Your username is Maxi is based. You realize that you didn't have to sub, right? Maxi is based. You realize that you didn't have to sub, right? You don't have to do that. You just get gifted a sub with that name. Here. You made a crit. Oh, I didn't draw a spell card though. This card is live. This is the best card in my hand right now. Foggers. All right, let's try that again. Let's try it again. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Let's get to Master 1 real quick. Kashtira, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you. It's one of those days. It's a good hand once again. That's winnable. $45 card Pearly, by the way. That's madness. Grabbing the trap card means hard draw my friend in... Yep, okay. It's a little unusual because normally if you have access to Delicious Memory, you can just heart make a Noir. You don't have to get the trap card, but I guess they want to draw more cards. But like normally you could just 45 anyways. You miss in 45 every time, right? There's no way you... Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was fine with a duplicate, my friend. This one is concerning. He's probably playing two drivers. See, that's the thing. Has anyone ever tried? Like, I know we've joked about it, but has anyone ever actually tried the double driver 1 gamma? Because, like, when you always draw a driver and never draw a gamma, surely you can just swap them. How do you know the rarity collection day? I have my sources. Farfa, I have my sources. And when I say I have my sources, I mean there's a YouTube reveal video planned that says it airs in 4 hours. But don't tell anyone. This is what I mean. They don't necessarily have to use the trap to rank up, but I guess they want more draws. It's gonna be fine though. Let's hope they don't play around Herald of the Abyss, because they could. They're thinking on whether they wanted this date. Okay, now you pitch the trap. Okay, the whole gang is here. They've not missed with a single Pearly. That's good for us, actually, that they're doing it this way, because we have an out to it, and it means they draw less cards. Which is nice. It just means they draw less cards with this one. However... What do they have in hand? They have this. If they set this, we're in trouble. If they set Pretty Memory, we have a problem. But they're going to Beauty, that's fine. That's fine. Because if they had set this is, by the way, this is one way how you can play around Herald of the Abyss when you're playing Pearly. If they had set the quick play, if I activate Herald of the Abyss, I call Dark Fairy, they would, they can chain the spell to summon a Pearl Lily from the deck, which is a Dark Fairy. Sure. Are we being max seed as well? Not yet. I'm trying to think if I should thrust here, because if they have Ash, I might want to bait the Ash first. By using, like, let's see tip to add. Let's see what happens. Actually, no, that was dumb. Now they can chain Noir, but then my Talons are live. It's whatever. I just wanted to see if they had Ash first. Probably okay. My friend banished. They don't have it. Okay. Set it. Nope. Now if they chain the Noir to shuffle back my Runick tip, at least my Talents is live. Very... That's fine. Shuffling in the tip to enable the Talents is okay, I think. Even though, looking back, maybe it was better to just activate it right away. But then we could actually just lose to Ash, so maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. All right, well, no max seed. I was prepared to get max seed. I was mega prepared to get max seed here. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that was happening for sure. I hope they negate my Hugin here. That'd be great. We should be fine here either way, but it'd be much easier if they negated Hugin. Okay, they do not. Herald doesn't trigger my friend. No, it doesn't. My friend says when your opponent removes it from the board, and I did not do that. My opponent had... that's the same... It's the same reason why Herald of the Abyss works on unaffected cards, is because your opponent has to do it. It forces your opponent to do it, which is different. Boop. F. Play around Anima a little bit. Herald doesn't trigger Mirror Jade. I think Mirror Jade just says leaves the field. I don't think it cares about who sends him. I'm not sure though. It might be. So I have two options here. I can negate this beauty, but that triggers my friend, which gives him back 3 cards, which is kind of annoying. But it does remove this from the field. It says opponent? Okay, then it also works like that against it, yeah. It's a juicy negate. It's a juicy negate. Mill 2, more Runics in the graveyard. Draw more cards with Fountain. Pop the beauty. They get back 3 quick plays. What's the alternative? The alternative is not using it. Don't get to send here. I think I like the alternative. I'll let him negate it. Simply because I'm probably winning anyways, and I can get rid of my friend before they recycle. That's better for me. For example, by drawing into destruction and being a god gamer. That was just one option. I forgot about that, but I think that's actually fine. Because even if I forgot about that, but even if I knew about that, I would have done the same thing. Even if I knew, I would have done the same thing, because we do need to get rid of it. Because we do have to get rid of it anyways. It's the same thing, really. I did forget, but okay, now I made a mistake, though, because I was talking, because I should have activated Fountain here. Now I was chatting and actually made a huge mistake, because we should have had another Fountain. Okay, now I'm crumbling. It's fine. We just draw a Runick here. Yeah. Not even close. It's still bad, because I would have rather had that in my hand, but... Blessing... Camellia... Not this. Blessing, Camellia. I can make Cyber / Harpy. This is... Can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. Also, you take no damage. So if I make Cyber / Harpy... I can bounce this thing. And it is annoying for me. At the same time, it's not that annoying, is it? I can just book it in the battle phase. It's not that annoying. Divinium, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Okay, so that last turn was a little messy because I got distracted, but it's okay. Activate the effect of Baron. Nope. Desires angle. Can I spend my Baron negate on that? I would like to. I think I will. I think I can. Yeah. It is funny that they are attacking. This only has one attack. I could slumber it. Booking it books my own board. No, I don't. I don't need to. I can negate Zeus anyways. They didn't attack my Sunflower. That was their mistake. If they attack the Sunflower, I have to do something. But because they didn't attack the Sunflower, I have a negate for Zeus anyways. Doesn't matter. And the Zeus can only activate once anyways. The only thing they could have is like Droplet, but then they would have to send a trap, because otherwise I can dodge it with Karma Cannon. So, fine. Like now you make Zeus. That is a little fucked up. In that case, I'll have to go grab a Freezing Curses. Why am I timing out? Where did my time go? Depending on what they take, I could also book right away. But it's like, if they take Sunflower, it's not even that bad for me if they make Zeus. Like, I trigger Camellia and Mole Cricket, and then I just Freezing Curse the Zeus. Like, it doesn't actually do anything for them. I'm pretty sure we've just won this, even though we played. This one was sloppy. This one was sloppy play. Clickety Clack, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and X Rofa, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, this was kind of messy of a game, but it's fine. Have you seen Pearly Runick? I have not seen that. But what you're saying is interesting to me. Okay, yeah, like I said, we don't have to do anything here. There's nothing is threatening. No. That is game. Cool. Interesting. That was not what I was expecting to happen. That was not what I expected to happen, but we'll take it. That's fine. Sure. Sure. Just activate 2 desires in your Pearly deck against the Runick opponent. We haven't gone first yet, by the way. We have not started a game yet. Which is interesting. Oh. 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 I'm glad I didn't shotgun the Maxi, because I thought about it. Oh, that's not very good. Against no monsters, I suppose. That is not a very good Ash, but it's good in this case. In this particular case, it's a good Ash. Like, it's not a correct Ash, but it's an annoying Ash here. Basically, I'm hoping that this Hugin resolves. Basically praying for no imperm. Because I'm assuming it's lab, which means the only things that, yeah. Oh my god, dude, how? Maybe I could have attempted battle phase to bait like special summons. Cause like thrusting for freaking Karma Cannon doesn't seem like it's worth it. Doesn't feel like that does anything here. Oh. Okay, no welcome lab in the end phase at least. I didn't want to set this because I don't want to be forced to use it, basically. Oh. That is significantly more scary than I expected this turn to become. I did not think that turn was going to be that scary. That means, unfortunately, that our Maxi is most likely not going to... Oh. Okay. I was going to say, one of those is very likely to be called by the grave. We'll see. If I Maxi now, they can negate it, which is bad. But if the reason why I didn't Maxi earlier is if I just drop Maxi and they just pass, most likely we can't do anything. Right? Most likely I can't do anything if I just Maxi and they just pass. It doesn't really get me anywhere. We might lose this. But it's just unfortunate because normally Ash isn't really used on goods. I'm not sure if it was. I mean, maybe it was correct there. Maybe it was fine. Bro, they have an Omni Negate for Max C anyways. I said that multiple times. What are you talking about? The only hope that I have is that because they need a Scareclaw in their extra monster zone for this, is that they at some point, which is probably not gonna happen, but they might link into something that isn't a Scareclaw, and then I can maxi. Okay, so we live on 2k, I think. I think that's it, right? This is piercing, and this is 2 attacks. Yeah. Maybe if they, like, Ash this... But they can still negate Thrust with this, right? Unlucky game. We do get to go first. Ooh, that's nice. Let's check for Ash this time. Mikanko Pog. Okay, at this time it's Mikanko, right? Imagine. Man, that'd be so bad. We need to discard one for one of these two. So I don't think it's Blessing here. I think we just get another Mole Cricket, actually. Normal summon. Activate Flashing Fire. We're gonna switch decks anyways, chat. Don't worry about it. We'll play a little bit of everything. I guess I shouldn't be playing this. Oh, they saved Ash. They're a smart little... Okay. Oh, why do they know what my cards do? That's not fair. They had an OCG nickname. I thought they didn't know what was happening. Okay, well. It's fine. This is yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. What now, huh? What now? nice math mech deck. Kick. Kick. We want Coral Dragon. Tip to add. Just flashing fire, I think. It's just flashing fire. Yeah. That would be for 2. We don't want to go for 2. Coral. Ooh, Equation is probably a one-off. Sweet. I'm guessing they had Jack nothing. I mean, pushing into Max C against Runick Fountain is literally impossible. Oh my god. Like if you're pushing into Maxi against like a standard deck, it's like fine, because sometimes they only play like Maxi and Ash, so you know like, oh, if I can kill, I should go for it. Against Runick while Fountain is up, it's like impossible. What the hell is that? See, this would be no problem if I didn't have Sunflower in hand, because then I could just use my other blessing, but I was planning to summon my Sunflower with the other blessing from my hand, so I actually am annoyed by this. Also, if I negate with Baron here, I can still tag out. Let me do that. I'll just tag out with Baron. I'll just let this happen. I'll let the blessing go through. Bring back this. Activate this and then tag out Baron into Coral Dragon or something. Sadly, no more trees because we drew the third. It's fine. Don't you summon Sunflower and tag out into Camellia? I could have done that too, yeah. Could have. Maybe it was better. It's fine. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I knew exactly that was gonna happen. I knew exactly they were gonna explode after that. That was always gonna happen. Okay. Let's play some stuff. That was just my warm-up basically. Let's play some of the decks that I built specifically for the second stage tomorrow and maybe adjust the lists a little bit because I'm not sure if they are perfect. So let's start with Kashtira, because that's the deck I rated the highest on the tier list. Let's play this list, let's see how it feels, and let's see if we want to make changes to it. Just a couple games with each deck. We're going to play all the meta decks, pretty much. We're gonna play a little bit of all the meta decks today. Let's begin with Kashtira. Mod check branded 2. I said meta decks. I said meta decks. Plunder. Ooh. That is a good discard, unfortunately, right? Sent from hand, special summon a plunder from deck. I'll probably ash that effect. I am... Oh, that's also really good, though. It's been a while. I know the plunder cards. I am familiar with them. However, it's been a while. Hold ash for your turn. So you want me to ash the what is it called? The Blackbeard? The link? Yeah, okay, fair. I guess this could also be good because it doesn't put anything into my graveyard. The problem is if I let them full combo, I'll just have a token, right? Which is a problem. Can I ash? Can I prevent the token with ash? I forgot what effect Yord has. You can't prevent the token anyways? Yeah, probably. No, that cannot be ashed. Well, I mean, we have Birth, but that's probably not gonna be enough here. We do play Donner. Is Donner affect monsters? It's not affect monsters. This is a fiend. We could summon Fenrir, Donner, pop, and then special still. Am I supposed to ash this? Not really, because they can just do it again next turn, right? There's no point. Maybe I should have ashed the thing in the grave, but... You can blame Coder for this? Oh, because Coder is the first person to play Plunder? Is what you're saying? Okay. Hmm. It's winnable, right? Because for right now, am I mistaken? Because I can just I can just attack this, right? Hmm. Bench TCG, think about it, 13 months. Appreciate that. Should I be searching here? If I search with Fenrir, if I activate Fenrir, they activate Plunder Patrol Ship to negate. I ash. Am I fine? I might be fine. What does this do? If I just go battle phase, I could just go battle phase. But if I just go battle phase and they go big welcome, they would have to bounce their own Plunder Patrol Ship, I guess. Because I can't ash the big welcome because they have a negate for it. If I go battle phase, I think it's activate Fenrir. I don't think it's a waste of Ash. I don't think it's a waste of Ash. Ashing this negate is always going to happen, I think. Because if I go battle phase and they go big welcome, I think I just max C here, which is pretty neat. This max C goes hard here, actually. Even though it was it was drawn for turn, it's actually really good here still. Because they have to chain big welcome here, which they cannot summon Lovely right now. If they summon Lovely and bounce their own ship, they will not summon out Blackbeard. I mean, they can do that. They will do that. Okay, well, that means I don't draw any cards here, but they also don't get anything. Probably Rice Heart. Rice Heart. Do I banish this thing? I probably banish this thing, right? I could also get rid of the field spell. I think this matters more. So this triggered the thing triggers now, but what are they gonna pop? They can't pop anything that prevents me from playing completely. Because if they pop Fenrir, I can just revive it with Birth. If they pop Birth, it's ideal because they have another one. They don't know about that, right? Yeah. They might be forced to go for Birth if they don't know anything about my hand, yeah. Like popping Fenrir, you know it's not gonna do much, right? They have something. Oh, they thought about activating the thing in the graveyard to special summon. Right, they pop Birth, yeah. They thought about triggering... They just didn't trigger this, and they didn't trigger this that they discarded, right? They just skipped on multiple triggers. F. They have Maxi. They have Maxi. They're so cringe. They are so cringe right now. Can you believe how cringe they are? I cannot believe how cringe they are right now. Didn't you just maxi them? We don't talk about that. I maxied on my turn. If you're telling me maxi on your own turn is the problem, we will summon this unicorn. I don't think we have game. Even though we do have game. Theosis is game. There is something. What the hell is going on? What the hell is happening? How is everything in there? This was 40 cards. Ah! Uh... It's not game. Do you play Donner? I do, but it's not game. Is it? Rysard and Token make Donner pop it. No, it's not game. Why are we like, what the hell? Do you play Red Eyes? I do play Red Eyes, but I can't put them that low, can I? I also can't make Donner, by the way. Because I summoned Rysard and used it. If I summon Scareclaw Cash, that's 5k. I have 9k damage. If I lance this thing, it's 14, so they go to 400. I think they go to 400 if I use lance, if I didn't miscalc. If I did not miscalc, they will go to 400 because of this lance. And then I could summon... I think I am playing it. Hold up. I am, yeah. I do play Flare Metal. They will be at 400, like I said, yeah. And then we make this, and then they have 7 cards. But as soon as they activate something... The only problem is Nib destroys us. Nib kills us if they have it. If they play Nib in this shit too, we are dead. They would have nipped main 1. No, we were 4 summons. It was 4 summons. Okay, now no nib, no nib, no nib. I guess imperm works. No, they can't imperm. They have the field spell. What is it? Any card or effect. They thought that worked. They thought, yes, we're getting them. Yes, we have an out. They did that so fast too. They did that so fast. They were like, oh my god, easy clap, man. My rescue ace monster is gonna out this. My rescue ace is gonna out this Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon. Oh, that was great. What the hell was that deck though? Bro, what is this? Why is this all here? Why is there impulse and fire attacker? One freaking the Ku Clock. The Ku Clock, which is only good in like combos. It's so wild, man. What the hell is this? One Ash, by the way. Didn't we get ashed? Did we get ashed? No, we didn't. I don't think we did get ashed. We got max heat though. I don't think we got ashed. God damn. What a freaking... What a deck, man. The impulse... The crazy thing is that the impulse saved them too. The impulse freaking saved them because they would have just died, you know. But looking at the deck, they didn't have an out to the Red Eyes, so it didn't matter anyways. They did not have any outs to it. They didn't play Nib, they didn't have Kaijus or anything like that. They didn't have a way to win that anyway. Even if they didn't just do the impulse thing. But that was funny. Oh. What do you mean, no nib November? Who made that up? Where's that from? The hell is no nib November? Bro. Double royals. Okay. Imagine though we make November the no nib November where nobody plays nib in their deck, so that's the 1 month where you can play like Salamangreat. Right? That's the 1 month where you can get away with it. Everything is royal. Jesus. We haven't seen a non-royal rare yet, chat. Even the thing that they searched was a royal. Oh, this doesn't show rarity. Every... Brother, how much did you spend on the dinosaur deck? Holy shit. What? I'm gonna be so disappointed if they summon a non-royal at any point. At any point they summon a non-royal, I'm gonna probably report them. That's the thing. If literally everything is royal, I'm gonna watch their combo till the end and I'm not gonna be mad. Okay, that can't be royal because that's a common. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That's fine. That's fine. That's highest rarity. It is glossy. It is glossy. It's literally glossy. It's glossing as we speak. No, the dream is dead. The dream is dead. Friggin'. That was, you know, that was too much then. That was too much. Reported. Not a dino. I guess they only want the dinos in royal. Okay. Could you please link that poor... That broke shit off to get it out of my face? That'd be great. Okay, that you could have made royal. That you should have made that royal. What's the point of making a Linkaribo before making the elf? What is the point? Oh, the Linkaribo is for the evolution pill. I see. It's because you need a non-dinosaur to banish. Okay, here we are again. Of course, this one they went for. You know what? You know what's crazy about this one? You know why this one specifically is crazy? Is because it's the alt art which you cannot craft. They pulled this. Okay, that I expected that to be. I expected that to be royal. If that was not royal, I would have left the game. Instantly, I would have been gone. I'm gonna be honest with you. This deck, honestly, none of this matters. This alone beats me. Because it books my shit and then I'm done. Please check his deck after this. Mods! Make a prediction on how many royals they play. Make a prediction on how many royals they play. I mean, it's at least 7. We've already seen 8. We've already seen 8. So make it like 10 or less, 11 to 15, 16 to 20, so on and so forth. The funny thing is that this board isn't even that good. This board is not great. It's just we can't break it because Elf stops me from using book on this thing, and this is the only thing I care about. Like, I can't book it, and that's why I die. Alright. Alright, the prediction is running. The prediction is running, chat, on how many royals they were running. You can predict in chat right now. Thank you for making it, mods. And we will be looking at it in a second. We'll be looking at that. It's kind of a shame because if our hand was a little bit better, like a little bit better, we could have actually played into that. Like it could have been an okay game. It's just our hand it could not play through a single Book of Moon, which actually no, it could play through a Book of Moon because we had Forbidden Lands, but it couldn't play through a book by a monster effect. It couldn't do that. Couldn't do that. All right. Has the prediction run out? It has run out. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. You know what's happening, chat? They are baiting. They are a little baiter. They all the searchable cards, they have one royal. They have one royal of most of the searchable cards, and then they summon that one. They're a pretender. Ah, we've been baited. You know, it looks so powerful from the outside, but a lot of it actually isn't royal. That's funny. That is funny. Don't say poor with 2 Omega Lulz. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's 13. Which is 11 to 15 is the result. Boom. That was funny though, because from the outside, it looked like it was so many. Like, I just assumed it was going to be like 25 or something like that. And most people believed it was more. Most people believed it was more. Except for Chris, apparently, who definitely won some points right now. Someone definitely won some points right now. We haven't really been moving much with Kashtira, I will say. But we keep drawing hands like this, which is average Kashtira hands, I suppose. So. That's because Kashtira is bad? Well, okay, now you're just chatting. Kashtira definitely isn't bad. But we've also only gone first like once in like 7 games. So I like going second cash a lot more. We can play some of that too, yeah. Okay, this is Lab. I think. I'll go out on a limb here and say this is Labrynth. No. No. Why do you show me this? Why did you have to show me this? I would have preferred to not see this. I would have preferred not to know. Like, you didn't, like, honestly, if you, like, you can, like, you can take that back. Oh, God, man. God, man. So what was it? Double Maxi, Ash, Unicorn. They should take Book of Moon, honestly. They should take Book of Moon just so I cannot set it this turn. Because currently their hand cannot do shit against my Book of Moon. They should take Book. Because what I'm going to do, even if they drop Max C, I'm just going to summon Unicorn, attack the Fenrir, search with Unicorn in main phase 2, set Book, pass. And as of now, their hand cannot play through that. If they take Book, is there a world where I have an OTK here? I don't think so. Oh. That's bad. That's bad. Okay. It's Ash, Max C, Unicorn. I don't think I can OTK here, no. Let's see if they Ash this. They don't. It's fine. I think I just have to pass. Like, what I'm thinking is if I summon Unicorn, they draw a card and they can summon their own Unicorn. Much rather, I guess I would just let them have the Fenrir in hand on the board, even though one thing I could do is I could grab I could grab Fenrir here. I could grab Fenrir, then I could special Unicorn. They draw 1, I attack their Fenrir. Main phase 2, I grab Birth, activate Birth, normal summon Fenrir, which they don't draw for, and then I search with Fenrir, and then they have to play. Oh no, I normal summoned already. You're right, my bad. I did normal summon. I keep forgetting about Pathfinder. I keep forgetting because we never played that in the TCG. But yeah, you're right. In that case, it is just set pass. I'm pretty sure. Do I set Big Bang? Do I set Big Bang? If you just pass, why activate Field Spell? Because I want Scareclaw Cash in case they go for an OTK. I did want the Scareclaw Cash in hand. And I wanted to check if they Ash. Although, I mean, I guess freaking the Scareclaw Cache is not very good at preventing OTK because if I activate it, they can just Fenrir banish it if they leave the Fenrir around, but unless at any point they have to like get rid of their own. I mean, as of now, they don't have OTK, right? They have, we know Ash, Maxi. Okay, dude, that might change things. They drew that. Does it change things though? If it's preparations, then yeah. If it's preparations, it's gonna be game. But as of now, they have Unicorn and 2 more hand traps. They search Scareclaw Cache, which they can't summon as of now. Use Fenrir as well. Sure. I don't think we die. They can tribute summon. They can tribute summon. They could like special Rise Hard. Special Rise Hard, tribute summon Unicorn. Unicorn search Birth. Birth revive. That would be enough. But then I can summon the Scareclaw Cache. I could summon the Scareclaw Cache while the Fenrir is not on the field. Right? Okay. Banish Unicorn from hand. Oh, it's prep. It has to be prep, right? There's no way it's not prep. So now the hand is Maxi and Ash. The hand is now Maxi and Ash. Even if it's prep, this seems odd. I mean, if it's prep now, it's just game, right? Prep, summon, unicorn is enough. Even though the sequencing is weird, prep, summon, unicorn is going to be enough here. Banish Theosis to add back the unicorn? No shot. So it's not... I mean, I guess the thing can also summon from hand, right? Oh, that's game. That's game. That's actually game. That was actually smart. That was... I'm not sure if it was the perfect order, but the reason why it was smart was there was no window here where the Fenrir was not on the field. There was no... Because if the Fenrir ever leaves the field, I can summon my Scareclaw Cache, and they can't banish it with Fenrir, and then I might live. This way, the Fenrir was always there. And it's... The funny thing is, it's only game because they top decked the field spell, right? It's only game because they top decked specifically the field spell. If it wasn't the field spell, this was not going to be enough damage. Like, these three are not 8k. But, yeah, unfortunate. Birth was also... Top deck Birth was probably enough. Yeah. Top deck Birth was probably enough. I mean, after the Appointer Maxi, they were super favored. Which was unfortunate. But honestly, their ordering may have been nice. Should have said book maybe. You should watch the stream maybe. It's just like, that is one thing you should probably do, is you should watch the game. Let's play some Kashtira going first doesn't seem that great. Let's go second a little bit. Dog Ray, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. What was going on there? All right. Serious answer. They banished my Book of Moon with their Appointer of the Red Lotus, which is why I couldn't set it, because I got it back in the end phase. It was not in my hand. Otherwise, I think I would have been able to think of the set book maneuver. Would it change something if you booked in the end phase? No, they can just flip back up immediately. They just... So the thing is, we lose all the coin flips anyways. 60 cards, Monka Christ. But I would much rather draw these kind of hands going second than drawing like Forbidden. Oh my god. Okay, Bedge. How do you do that in 60 cards? How is that possible? Anyways. Julian, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. How do you not make Chaos Ruler? How are you playing a 60 card deck and not make Chaos Ruler? How do you resist that? No way. By the way, this game right here pretty much proves my point of what I said in the in the Duelist Cup YouTube video, right? Where I told you Dragon Link is weird because the combo is long, but it's not even auto win, right? Like, if this was, let's say, if this was like a super DJN combo deck, maybe I would scoop right now. If this was the Duelist Cup, maybe I would just scoop it. But because it's Dragon Link, I have to let them play. I have to wait because my hand can beat it. Like, my hand can beat Dragon Link. And so Dragon Link games, even if you have everything, even if you get to go full combo, I think they take too long for the Duelist Cup. Okay, locking themselves into... This is all... It is super weird ordering. They're activating Boot Sector before Ravine. They're locking themselves into Darks before making Seals. It's all... It's super awkward. I mean, it's clear they don't want to go for... It's clear they don't want to go for Seals. They want to prioritize like Boral End plus Savage, which they can still... They still get that here. How was your mom's birthday? It was nice. It was nice. What decks do you seem to like? Seems there's a lot you don't like between one card combos like Circular, Bed Pile decks like Black Wings, Floodgates. I like a lot of stuff actually. The only thing I don't like, it boils down to one singular thing. If the goal of a deck is to win on the spot, like turn one, I don't like it. That's pretty much it. Whether it be you know, Math Mech one card combo or Plant one card combo or whatever one card combo that wins the game on the spot, I don't like. If it's a flip a Floodgate turn one that your opponent cannot out, I don't like it. That is all. That is literally all. Everything else I'm fine with. Everything that is not about making a board that wins the game turn one, I'm fine. Look, it's the French national champion, Gu. Natura Runick doesn't win on the spot, question mark. Have you seen any Natura Runick game that ended turn one? Like, literally, no, it does not. It summons Baron and passes. Natura Runick summons Baron the Fleur and passes the turn. How are the first 3 cards that you revealed for Chaos Ruler? Space, Seyfert, Baby Dragon. How is that possible? Oh my god, we're here forever. So I assume they took the Baby Dragon? They did. Oh my god, they play everything! They put Dark Dragon into the search bar and put everything into their deck, actually. What you eating? It's just leftovers from yesterday. It's a veggie lasagna. Pretty good. Been getting into Edison for the first time and really liked your quick draw list. Did you make any adjustments to it since Karlsruhe? To that particular deck, no. To that particular deck, I haven't made any adjustments. I haven't played it much since. I've been trying other stuff. But I think you can still play it as it was. I would take out the hamster. In my games with it, I sided out the hamster a lot because it felt a little too slow. Do you eat honey? Got into a discussion about if it is vegan or not. That is not a real discussion. It is not vegan. No, I don't eat honey. No. Is there a reason you're vegetarian or just don't like meat? I'm vegan and I like animals. That is the reason. So I prefer if they don't die, you know? That's pretty much it. But I don't want to get into it too much, chat. Also, yeah, I hate plants. I hate plants, so I want them to die. So it only makes sense that 100% of what I eat is all them plants, you know? That might be the real reason. One of the things I just said is the real actual reason. You have to figure out for yourself which one it is. It's one of the two. What would you do in life if you were not a full-time content creator? I studied software engineering, and I did enjoy that quite a lot. It's a lot of fun, programming and stuff. That was probably what I was gonna do, but then Master Duel dropped, and I started streaming it for fun, and now we're here. With all of you guys. And I'm also very happy about that. It's just, I finished university, and then I just didn't do what I studied, I guess. But, you know, it's fine. Either that or like OnlyFans. I would sub to your OnlyFans. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know that. Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. It's like it's not really relevant, but it's good to know. It's good to know. But subbing on Twitch is more than enough. Okay, that is a lot. That is a lot of interruptions here. Let's see. Bro, I waited so long, dude. We had, chat, can you believe how many freaking discussions about life we just had? Just to get max seed and for none of it to matter? Nothing, it doesn't matter. We could have probably beaten the freaking board, but now we freaking can't. Oh, man. I mean, I'll play into it. I'll play into it. Whatever. Let me just see if I could have broken the board, I guess. I probably couldn't, to tell you the truth. Probably couldn't out the board anyways. They didn't hard draw Rapid Trigger. They searched it. They searched it at some point. While we were talking about OnlyFans, they searched Rapid Trigger somewhere. Set Albaz? Imagine, dude. Imagine Set Albaz. Triff would OTK here? Probably, yeah. Oh, man. Nah, we can't break this anyways. It's gonna be 1 negate on this. Boral End negates Unicorn, and then the last negate on this, and then we just pass. So even without... Oh. Well, that's incredibly risky, my friend, because if I was playing Dark Ruler... If I was playing Dark Ruler, Jesus Christ. But we're not. If card was other card, it has nothing to do if card was other card. If Dark Ruler was in my deck, they should have just negated Thrust. That was crazy not to negate that. But it's also crazy to queue into... How are we... We keep losing. What the hell is going on today? Just play Dark Ruler? Well, the problem is Theos' activate or use? Well, the thingy doesn't negate activation, right? The Hot Red. Hot Red targeting it, negating it, doesn't negate its activation. So it's like, either way doesn't matter. Well, I'm pretty sure it's a use, yeah. Savage negates activation, though. Maybe it's for Theosis. Yeah, I guess. Okay. They could have just passed with double imperm, by the way. They did not need to set 2 imperms and a math-mech equation. Math-mech bricking versus Josh. This actually might be the first time... This is the first stream ever that I remember math-mechs not drawing the nuts against me. Maybe there's been a shift in the universe. Maybe we're on the come-up. Maybe we're on the come-up. Maybe it's all turning for us. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, I take it back. I lied. Right as the universe shut me up so fast right there, dude. It shut me up so quick. So quick. Oh, yeah, I should not have said that. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no, chat. That is not something we should have talked about. Oh, please, universe, let it resolve. Let it resolve, please. I need it. Ooh. Universe? Universe. No, universe! Oh, God, man. Oh my God, what a roller coaster of emotions that was. What a roller coaster of emotions, and we get stomped at the end of it. There's like no way we win this, right? Like even if the eclipses. Do I no, I don't eclipse here. Book now? Booking now is like it prevents the search, but then they just flip it back up, and this doesn't even get booked. I don't think it was a book angle now. We have to like. I'm not sure where I even book. Maybe if they make Alimbertion now, search diameter, normal diameter, revive. Now I'm pretty sure we eclipse after this. After this we can eclipse. They will draw 3 cards in the end phase. But we have to book here. Beep, 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 beep. I wish this was Karma Cannon, man. But doesn't make sense. We're playing going second. They shouldn't even have flipped this. Unless they can keep playing. Yes. Do I eclipse again? I might eclipse again. Because I think what they want to do is they want to go for equation and then splash mage and then transcode and then access code. If they have parallel exceed, this was pretty bad. If they have parallel exceed, they should have summoned this over here. Well, this is just basically trading equation for my Book of Eclipse. But I'll wait for the splash mage. I'll wait for the splash mage just to get it out of the extra deck, I think. They had parallel exceed. They had parallel exceed. They summoned the Lingerevo in the wrong zone, man, and that's why they had to spend the freaking equation, man. Oh my God, they're gonna draw 5 cards in the end phase, man. I'm so mad. I'm pissed, chat. I'm so pissed. No, man. We're just gonna... All we need is a unicorn or a Fenrir, and we can actually still win. Trust, this is how Bernie can still win. I don't want to. I don't want to resolve my books. I don't want to. No, I don't want to. Cancel. No. Oh my God, man. Yup. I mean, I don't really have a choice, do I? So, I mean, this probably gets ashed, right? Surely. No. This gets Ash. Oh, that's way better for us. They just drew Ash. That is better for us. Unicorn F. Fenrir F. People play 2 Sigmas, right? In that case, I should probably go ahead and banish this thing, right? Because that's the only one that they don't play multiples of, right? Because diameter, they have more, right? What's the point? I can run over diameter anyways. Yeah, I'll banish this. Beep boop. And I will banish your access code talker. Your royal access code talker, actually, you know? I think. Beep. Take bite. And then battle phase. This attacks here. This has to attack here. Do I banish one here? Do I banish one? I think I do. I don't want to... Like, the problem is, I don't really want a big bang first action. I don't really want a big bang first action. I don't want to be forced to big bang the first action. Let's just do this. Banish this. And then I get one back. And then when they play, I get more back. Right? What do I want to attach? Does it matter? Not really. Don't think it matters too much. Don't they just go Baguska? The Xyz are level 8 again. Also, Baguska is not really in... I forgot their extra deck, but I don't think there was a Baguska. So, I mean, they have a bunch of cards in hand. 8 cards. But the Rise Heart is one hell of a card against some decks. There was? Okay, fair. I forgot. But they can't make it right now. The world that is small. Okay. Oh, is that Kaiju? You have a Kaiju in your deck, sir? Are you cringe like that? Maybe we banish their Kaiju. Imagine we banish their Kaiju with the Rise Heart. What about that? What about that, chat? What if we did that? That Fire Kaiju? Fire Kaiju! I'm screaming in pain. Okay, Can they recycle equation from the grave? They can't, right? I don't have to banish that. Hold up. Suck. Attach whatever. This triggers again. Attach this. If I activate Big Bang now, this gets banished. One of these gets banished. This triggers, this activates. Not yet. Here. Fenrir attaches number 3 again. And then if I banish this Paralytic Seed right away, probably. Beep. So, I mean, I guess that was our attempt. That was what we could do. That was the most we could do, I think. Now they have to choose between Kaijuing the Arise to get rid of the macro, or they can Kaiju the Fenrir to get rid of the Fenrir, but they are... Okay, well. 6 cards against 1 Fenrir. Mathmech Circular. Send the second Sigma. Yeah, I'll use it. I think I use it. I bet he will use Transcode. There's a decent chance they go for Transcode because they're playing Mathmech, yeah. I'm not sure if the Fenrir was correct. I just didn't want them to be able to search and shit. But maybe it was not correct. They can't. That is the point. Yes, that is the point. You got it. You found it. You have identified the point. Maybe Uni was better. Unicorn. I mean, their extra deck is incredibly empty, right? We banished the Axis Code Talker. They essentially can't use Transcode. Maybe Unicorn to banish Terahertz was nice. The thing is, the fact, like, unironically, chat, the fact that this game is somewhat close and interesting is crazy to me right now. The fact that this game is even remotely close after they've drawn 5 cards with Book of Eclipse and then Max Seed us the turn after is ridiculous. Like, this is already, even if we end up losing, this is actually a good game. But it's not because of our opponent's deck. It's just because, you know, we drew, like, freaking Troll Despair. You got rid of Multiplication. I think he can't OTK. Well, I mean, Multiplication is gone, but the problem is... Oh, they drew Microcoder as well. Oh my god. They make Transcode, which they can't use. But... Sign it mining... That's the thing. I forgot. I didn't like remember all of their extra deck. They had Terahertz in there. There was definitely 2 of each of the XYZs, right? There was 2 of each. So that's 5 of their extra deck. There was a Baguska, so that's 6. There was the Crystal Golem, right? So that's 7. Heat Soul, that's 8. Update Jammer, that's 9. I don't know what the 10th was, but Splash Mage is gone. Did they play 2 Splash Mages maybe? I don't think so. Oh, it was Meteorologic Aggregator. No, you're right. You're right. It was they played the XYZ for Terahertz to negate. They played Meteorologic Aggregator. Yeah, so their extra deck is like complete garbo. Like, what the hell is this? Oh, they can link climb into Terahertz, right? This is Transcode 2. Nice. Hertz needs 3 monsters? Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, we live, chat. We live. Oh, we can attack multiple times? Okay. Well, we live anyways. Bro, we can run them out of options in the extra deck. We can run them out of everything, possibly. Even if they have another Maxi, we might be able to run them out of all their shit. We don't know anything about their hand other than that there's another circular. They have another circular in hand. Okay, no sets. Augers. You know? There's another Maxi. How do I know that? Bob. I believe we add Scareclaw here. Okay, they ash the Fenrir. That's fine. I was joking. Oh, okay, I see. Well, yeah. I see what you're saying. So if I attack this with Unicorn, and then Fenrir banishes the transcode, right? That works, right? That play works. With Scareclaw Cash, you can banish this, but I don't need to, right? I don't have to. Do I have a game? I don't think I do. Banish all their shit. Grab a Big Bang back. Banish. What do I take? The thing is, Terahertz is like... Terahertz isn't happening, right? Terahertz is not happening. So I don't need to take it. Update Jammer also doesn't do shit. I can take Heat Soul. I can take the last Allen version. Or I can take Baguska, because that's like... Baguska actually could freaking ruin me. I'll take Baguska. Oh, that was one hell of a last card in hand, man. The last card in hand is circular. We knew that. We knew the last card was circular. Wow, that was one hell of a card to have. I mean, still. There's a final Sigma in the grave. We're so close to winning it. We're so close to winning it. But we're also so far. Do I set Big Bang? I probably... What's the point of setting Big Bang? I have no follow-up. I can still win for sure. Normal summon circular. Oh, they have a surge target for it. I didn't banish it. Oh, I didn't banish the trap. 1, 2. There's only 2 in the grave though, and this gets banished, right? Yeah. There's only 2 in the grave right now. So I banished the circular. Right? I banished the circular and then I cannot super factorial unless I miscounted. There's a diameter and addition and that's it. Yeah. Yeah. There's only 2 math mix in the grave. And if this is linked, it goes banished. So the super factorial doesn't actually do that much. He can crash. This is banished when it leaves the field. So they would need, the other card has to do something. If the other card doesn't do anything, we're fine. He can super factorial into Alimbertion. Yeah, but that's fine. If they super factorial into Alimbertion, we're okay. You know what? That the potential super factorial could have been a reason to keep the Big Bang in hand. Because now if they can resolve super fact for 3, we lose Fenrir, Big Bang, and Duster. That could have been a reason to keep it. Set 1. Pass. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god. The thing, Alimbertion is 2k, right? I can just attack Alimbertion, question mark? Because it's gonna have an Omni Negate, right? The Alimbertion, if it's made with diameter, it's gonna have an Omni Negate, but I can just attack it. So this has an Omni Negate now, but it doesn't destroy, right? So what I could do is I could activate Fenrir, and if they negate, I win with Talents, right? If they negate my Fenrir, I just take and attack for a game. So I don't have to be afraid of that. It does not destroy. So Fenrir F. Banish this. Banish this, take this game. Good lord. Good lord, what a freaking game. What a freaking game, man. God damn. Woo. Woo. That was great. I'm saving that. Save. Saved successfully. Holy shit. Holy shit. That was crazy. Okay. They drew 5 cards with Book of Eclipse. They drew 5 cards with Book of Eclipse. You need a versus MathMech compilation for YouTube? Maybe. The thing is, I'm not sure if this is a genuine experience or if I play against more MathMech than normal normal. Cause like the thing is, there's no way MathMech is this popular, right? It's just, do you guys play against MathMech this often? Oh, miss. Oh, never. Because I play against this deck like 2 or 3 times every stream. Maybe people are stream sniping. You ever considered that? That could be. Some people probably stream snipe me with their Mathmech decks. They go in here and they just queue it up. I could see that. Also, welcome Herald of the Abyss to our hand. Just saying. It's pretty popular in my experience, yeah. Also, Tim Schmidt, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you. I didn't say that yet. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you for the support. I play Mathmech. I pulled a Royal Circular and Sigma pulling for Sky Striker, so I am a Cyberse enjoyer now. That's how you know the universe is out to get you. By the way, in case you've ever wondered. Miss. Bad kitty, bad kitty. Boggers. She heard that. It couldn't have possibly been that bad. It could not have possibly... Your hand could not have... You should have just summoned the Black Cat. Just summon the Black Cat. Your hand was fine. If your hand scoops there when you don't hit, then you definitely played that incorrectly. You had it all. You had it all. Why did Pack scoop? Why did Pack immediately scoop? I don't get that. Banger hand. Banger hand. Did you just choose to go second? Yeah, this is blind second. This is not. No. No. How, Chad? How? This is what I mean. This is what I'm saying. This is not... How is this... I think it's more Mathmex than normal. It's more Mathmex than normal, right? Oh, they already have it. Okay, I see. What if I have Ash now? What if I have Ash now? Oh my god. Imagine having Ash. Oh, they didn't have Circular, man. They didn't have Circular. Imagine if I had Ash, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, I mean, they've just gone -2 to open Mathmech Circular plus Ash, pretty much. That gives me a little bit of hope. But I don't have that much hope. Our hand is good. As good as it gets for going second. So it's like, let's just try. Let's just try. But... You know what's funny, chat? Somehow when I win against Mathmech, because I won 2 games against Mathmech so far, somehow there's no one in chat who like writes a message of Josh 2-0 against Mathmech and then pins it, right? None of my mods got my back like that. Like, no one does that. But whenever I lose to Mathmech, there's some comedian in chat to like go Josh 0-1 against Mathmech and then they pin it immediately. You know what I mean? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? I think that's weird. Okay, don't say Josh 2-1 against Mathmech. We haven't lost yet. We have not lost yet, chat. Calm down. Also, I just want to bring your guys' attention to the fact that my lifetime win rate against Mathmech is insane. Like, literally, most of the time we play against MathMech, we win because they just throw the games in unthinkable ways. Like, we literally win most of the time. I'm not mad at the deck because I lose to it. I just want to make that clear, just in case anyone was wondering. Bro, imagine nib. Imagine nib. I want to nib you so bad. Oh, man. Okay, why? It's not 1-0, it's 2-0. Chat, it's 2-0. Also, it's not paid actors. They're not paid actors. Oh, no. Oh my god, the universe hates me so much, dude. Why does the universe hate me so much, man? Why does it hate me so much? God, man. I think I need to draw. I think I need to draw, unfortunately. Because if I go special Fenrir, like if I go special Fenrir here, and then they go super Factoria, I lose a card in my hand, I lose my Fenrir. I don't have enough cards. Does Maxi draw 2 cards off of Super Factorial? I think it does. Why are they letting me do all this? Why am I allowed to do all this? I'm so confused. I don't want to activate Birth, because then they can send both. That's kind of like, Birth needs to happen after. I need to force this Super Factorial. I need to force this Super Factorial before I continue playing. Which is like, I could Draco Sack it. I could Draco Sack it. Or Dark Armed it, of course. I could also summon Dark Arm, but Dark Armed is more valuable. Like, if I... No matter if I summon Dark Armed or I summon Draco Sack, they will be forced to pop it. But I, you know, it's better than... I want to have my Dark Armed left later. Ooh. All right, so we draw 2 here. We will draw 2. Then they summon the thing. They will take one of our cards away from hand. But we have Book of Eclipse and we have Double Birth. No, we're fine. We're Gucci. Hello, Change of Heart. Welcome to my hand. Honestly, wait, why are 2 cards attached now? I'm confused. Apply effect. Oh, they protected their back row. Okay. I can chain Eclipse to force the negate. But since I have 2 ways to force the negate, I would rather lose one of them, I think. Oh, I didn't want to lose my Rysart. That was the one I didn't want to lose. That's why I didn't do this. Let's see if they negate. If they're, like, you know, maybe. No. Change of Heart or Book of Eclipse? Oh, losing Rysart really sucks, man. Losing Rysart is so bad here. Change of Heart. Take for Zeus? How am I can't Zeus. I can't attack into anything. It's so bad. The situation is so bad. Oh, because I can't out these. Without the... Oh, man. It's only because of the freaking the Rysart hit. 1 out of 7. This was 1 out of 7. We can draw with Heat Soul. We can't target these because of transcode, Chad. We can't target these 2. Oh, man. Literally, if he doesn't discard the Rysart, we win on the spot. It's so sad. We win on the spot because we can normal summon Rysart. We normal summon Rysart. We normal summon Rysart. We banish for like whatever we want for birth. It's so good, man. We have 7 cards in hand. 7. That was so sad. That was actually so sad. That was so tilting. That was so tilting. Do you play Baron? I was locked out of synchros. How often? How often does chat need to say? I was locked into XYZs because I used Theosis. I cannot Baron. I cannot Baron. I've been tilting on my 60 card branded deck. Have you tried 59 for consistency? I'm not sure if this is branded. Maybe it's branded. Maybe it's dumb to ash this. No, it's not. No, it's not. It was hella optimal. Okay, Scareclaw Cash. Triple Birth. I banished Scareclaw Cash, one of, and Triple Birth. Triple Birth. Good lord. Oh, wait, this doesn't have Karma Cannon. I forgot. Oh, it doesn't have Karma Cannon. I was gonna get Karma Cannon and pass. What do I want then? I think I do. I still just pass. I guess let's do this. And they didn't play last turn. It's Labrynth. Okay, well that's fine then. It's fine that we just passed. It's also fine that we have Feather Duster in hand, I would say. I would call that fine. It's a very weird opener for Lab because they had no traps. Is that another Maxi? Most likely. That could still be another Maxi. It's a risky thing that they're doing because they want to pop a card. Nice. Nice. My Rota target. That's also my last Rota target, by the way. This Rota is dead now, chat. It's dead. You heard it here first. It's dead. I drew the last target for it. That Rhoda I set last turn for this turn is now dead because I drew the only target in my deck for it. Very nice. I love when that happens. Just in time. Back for removal. Don't pop my unicorn. I'm losing my mind. Okay, cool. Chat, we're out of Rise Hearts. We're out of Rise Hearts. No more Rise Hearts. Oh, God, man. I wish I had a freaking target for that. Oh, my God, man. Oh my god, what is going on today, man? What is going on today? They were so mad. They were so mad. They thought they hit the Rise Heart in hand, and they thought it was useless because I have another one anyways with the Rhoda. They know I have a set Rhoda, so they were like, God damn it, why did I have to hit the Rise Heart? Why was I so unlucky? Of course I hit the Rise Heart when they have a Rhoda set, man. I'm so tilted, and then they just freaking scooped it up, man. Man. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. This card is... I'm not sure if I like this card. I'm not sure if I like this card in here. I like this card. Only 4 games looking rough? Well, that's fine. It's just 2 more. It's just 2 more, chat. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Ah. Ah. Just in general, by the way, I don't think shotgunning Maxi is gonna be the play for the Duelist Cup, unless it's literally only Kashtira. It's Tearlament's strongest. No, it's not. Oh, what? Maybe it is. The one thing that I would be scared of with shotgunning Maxi, it is tier. What is it now? Is it tier or cash? Reveal yourself. There's no way it's not Tearlaments. Yeah, okay. Augers. Because otherwise you don't play the Emerald Turtle. You play something else. Usually. Oh, Shireen! Not Shireen! Please! Maxi! No, 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 no! Oh, Chain Tier Cash banish Sharon? Okay. No. Why did you do that? You could have banned it. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. They milled Shaddoll Beast, Havness, and Pineapple the Fruit Dude. That's insane. That is actually mental. They are a freaking god gamer, man. But they're not gonna trigger the Fruit Dude. It's probably just Winda now. If they play it. Which they probably do. Yup. Alright, look, hey, yo, okay, I know I ran out of Rice Hearts last game. That doesn't mean I need 3. Goodbye, Zeus. It was nice. I am extra tilted because this Winda is kind of big. Wait, where did this come from? How did they mill? Oh, tier cash. Oh, not a trap, man. How are they such a beast, man? I don't want to play against a trap. How are they such a freaking beast? Oh, no, okay, never mind. It's still big. Rhino Heart. Oh, yeah, you haven't normal summoned yet. Ooh. Ooh. My god, dude. Full house. Oh, not a spell. Okay, Big Bang. Fine. Fine. The card in hand, I don't think we know. You must be a nice poker player. Yeah, I'm nice. I'm nice. I always have full houses. So they either have to summon Kitkalos here or it's Goners, which is cool. But they probably want to make Kaleido hard. This is also why I kept the window on the board for... Oh my god, this is not real, man. Someone in chat also said that like a minute ago. Someone said that. Which, whoever you are, I wish you would not have said that. I wish you didn't say that. You didn't have to. No one forced you to say that. The reason why I didn't start with Herald of the Abyss was because I didn't want them to know that I had an out for their window. And I also didn't want them to be... Like, here, if they didn't have window, they could go send another tier and make another fusion, whatever. But they are now locked under their own window for now. For now, they are locked under their own window. Which means, you know... It means they cannot summon here. And we can just out the window later and then be fine. They add Shireen. If we activate Birth here, they banish our Unicorn face down. Then we normal summon Rysard. We banish Fenrir probably, and then we play that way. We can't Zeus the board, which is painful. Painfully cringe. But I mean, it's what we have to do, right? We don't have a choice. Ooh, you know what? I could have normal summoned Rysard first. So that when they activate Birth here, I can also use Birth. I should have done that. I should have done that. I should have done that. That would have been nice, because then I could have banished the Rhino Heart, the whatever, like, from their grave. It's not super, super important, but it would have been better. What do they have? We banished the last Unicorn, I think. We haven't used Unicorn to add, so we go Unicorn into Theosis. Yeah. 3 cards banished. Activate Herald of the Abyss. Call Dark Spellcaster. Dark Spellcaster. Bye-bye, window. Effect. I'm not sure what it would be. Maxi? No. It can't be another tier cache. That card is at 1. What would it be? Baylor? Nah, that's so cringe, man. Why would you Valor that? Oh my lord. That's actually so bad for... Lou, you know what would be really fucking nice? If my entire hand wasn't duplicates of cards that I have already activated this turn. 4 duplicates, man. Yeah, now what? Now what? Steal the kid clothes? Yeah, but then what? Like, what's the point? I think we just lose because our entire hand is dead. We just lose. It's so bad, man. Come on. What the hell is this draw? What the hell is this draw? I don't understand how you draw like that. It's so bad. Man. We need like one life card. One life card and we're fine. Anything. Anything that works. Anything. Theosis, Fenrir, even freaking Kashtira Ogre. Anything, man. $52 cards. 52. Where did my thrust go? Beautiful. So what was that hand? Bro, they opened Skullcrobat Joker, Astrograph Sorcerer, Ash for my maxi, Talents to look at my hand. And then another skill. Sick. Phenomenal. Love that for us. Oh, we were so close, man. Okay, let's let's go first for a bit. There's like too many decks right now that are being cringe when we go second. In the Duelist Cup, it's probably okay to go blind second, but in ranked right now, there's too much like stupid stuff. "2010 video when..." Oh, right, we do need to do that in a bit. We'll watch it in a second. I was hoping to go Master 1 and then watch it. That was kind of what I was trying to do, but it's not looking like that's what we're doing right now. We're not really in the process of doing that. Okay, are we getting Shotgun Max Seed here? Because that would be nice. Actually, would it be nice? I kind of would like to actually play here. Like, unironically, I kind of want to play. I might still play. Even if they shotgun Maxi. You want to start with this one? I could have discarded this, but that's like super greedy. It's so greedy into Ash. If I discard Welcome and they have Ash, I literally die. I know I can Eradicator here, which I probably do. I probably do Eradicator here. Look at those triggers. Boop. Oh, I'm not gonna trigger the thing in the grave. The stove, the Stovey Torby. Didn't normal summon clock? Could have normal summoned clock. Yeah, you're right. You're probably correct. Well, no, I normal summoning clock. No, I could have. My bad. Yeah. What was that? That was Scareclaw Acro. It was Scareclaw Acro. Which, you know, let's see. Summon this. Yeah. Wait for light search. Well, now I think we're a little too deep now. I think we're in too deep. I could still wait. I could still wait. What do I want to add? Big welcome. Labrynth. Could grab the. Let's grab the field spell. So I could hypothetically just big welcome here, chain lady, set whatever trap I want, trigger lovely, chain eradicator, look, get away take all the spells away, take one remaining card with that. But then I only have one last card left. I have one last back row left. I can wait a second. I think. It would play... No, talents or thrust are not a concern. Fenrir. Is Fenrir a problem? Somewhat. If I go big welcome, I think I'm fine. I think I'll do it though. I think I'll do it now. To set here, I'll just set the Ruma cannon. I lose Lady? No, I don't, because I tribute it for Eradicator anyways. I guess I'll just summon like a Stovey Torby. Bounce Ariana. They can trigger Fenrir if they want to. They shouldn't target this, honestly. They know I have Eradicator. This is like super pointless. It's fine though, right? It's like I just the Ruma cannon, the normal summon, right? It's fine. Sometimes, chat, sometimes the knowledge you get from Karma Cannon is also good enough. From Eradicator. Even if you only hit one card or no cards, it can be good enough. So wait, where the hell did that come from? Oh, because I control 3 in defense. Oh, that I should have accounted for. So Scareclaw Arrival. Scareclaw Arrival targets a Scareclaw in the grave, special summons it. So this can summon this. Do they play here if I Karma Cannon now? Can they like play? They have full combo. How is it full combo? Oh, because they can special summon it. Okay, so I wait. I wait here. I should not have given him the free draw. Now they have another Maxi for next turn. If we lose this, it's because we misplayed, I think. We could have maybe waited a little bit with doing all the things. I will use Stovey after, yeah. I will use Stovey after. So they don't have... So there's no 3 defense position monsters. I will set Welcome Labyrinth. Stovey, not summon, Clock, not summon it, add it back to hand. No. Agree that we need more time in Master Duel? Not really. I think it's most of the time when I run out of time, it's because I talk to chat too much, or because I genuinely just take too long. I think we should have waited here, chat. I think we needed to wait. If we lose this, we deserve to lose, I think. Especially because the top deck Maxi is actually a problem here. Like, they got a free Maxi, which is going to give them 1 or 2 more cards next turn, or even more than that, which we could have prevented, maybe. Because even if they just make Baron here, which I doubt it's just Baron pass, no way. What's the point of that? You can use that again? Bro, Lightheart is broken. Yeah, I mean, Baron pop the Welcome Lab, attack over the lady seems hella good. That's a problem. It would be less of a problem without the Maxi, though. Without the Maxi, it would be less of a problem here. They have Droll, Maxi, and Reichphobia. That's such a shame. Ooh, big welcome bounce. What? Okay, we're in here. We're in this, boys. We're in this. Okay, okay. Oh my god, I'm so low on time. Okay. Stovey Torby, pitch big welcome. Set welcome lab. Activate this. Yeah, has to be, right? Has to be that. The problem is I only run one of each of the big ladies and they're both in the graveyard. That's the big problem right now. That's why I need to pitch Maxi. I don't have another welcome lab. I only run 2. Oh my god, that's so anticlimactic! I'm so freaking tilted! How much defense is this thing? Probably too much. I'm so tilted right now. Ooh, we hit something. I summon... So their hand is... Hold up. So their hand is Droll plus the field spell. I summon... Lovely. I use the field spell to pop the Baron. I bounce. I pop a card in their hand, and if I hit the... I don't know if it was over. Maybe I lose there. Actually, I might actually lose there. But it wasn't... It wasn't... I don't think it was guaranteed lost. If we snipe the field spell in hand, we definitely have a good chance. Yeah, it feels like we lost, but we won. I don't know. Wait, the rarity collections are already there? No. Okay. This hand is interesting. If they don't have Ash, it's very good. They won't have Ash. They have Rika sleeves. What could happen? What could possibly go wrong? No problem. Let's not go for Eradicator again, chat. I kind of don't want to go for Eradicator again for no, completely unrelated reasons. Let's go for a punishment. Why not set Ash Maxi bounce back? Because if they have Ash, then you completely lose. Okay, it's Pearly. It's fine. This time we probably would have hit a little bit more with Eradicator. To be fair. To be fair, we would have probably hit a little bit more with Eradicator. Just a little bit. Not yet. Not yet. Okay. Did we watch 2010? No, we haven't. But we will. Don't worry. We will watch it today. Oh, they had a brow, snow. That's annoying. I'm thinking about ashing the Pearl Lily instead of, because the last card in their hand would have to be my friend. The last card in their hand would have to be my friend. And I don't want to deal with my friend in the grind game. I don't want to deal with it. Snow Search is another snow. This can currently only rank up into things we don't really care about. Ach, man. I mean, it's literally game over though, so it's kind of whatever, I guess. We style on him a little bit. Yeah, we can't really complain about that game. It was just funny. Okay, two more, and then we can watch the 2010 recap. Surely that works out. Uh-oh. Hello? Don't say 3 more. Don't say 3 more right away. Don't do that. Why are you saying 3 more? Oh, god damn. What is that? Not the Zeamin, man. Nah. Do I imperm Zeamin? I think so. Like maybe, okay, maybe if I was toggled off, I would have not done it with hoping they would go for the carp, right? But now that they've seen my response thingy, I'm sure they would just, oh my god, it's so cringe, man. The universe is being so incredibly cringe today. Yeah, it's probably 3 more. They could just assume it's tier cash or something. Well, yeah, they could, but they could also be a normal human being and expect the more popular card. You know? It was with this thing too, so they get the trap for free, man. I'm tilting. They haven't normal summoned yet either. Oh my god, man. But maybe it's playable because it's punk? I don't know. Target a set card. Target a face. Okay. Popping set cards is surprisingly annoying. They don't have the quick effect synchro yet. They don't have the quick effect synchro yet. Can we out pep? We can out pep with like, we play Goddess. We can out pep. Theoretically. Before Extravagance, we can out pep. Also, we played the Ruma Karma Cannon, yeah. Okay. That's it? That's it. Okay. Hello. Hmm. Big. I was gonna grab a furniture, but then I realized, like, we know one of the back row, and they didn't have imperm, so it's very likely there's a cult by the grave. So I didn't want to go for the furniture. Bro, pick, please, I can't take it no more. Pick! But not the Karma Cannon. One more, chat, one more. Easy clap, never even close. Not close, not close. I can't believe you guys didn't believe. Can't believe you guys didn't believe. It was always going to be an easy game. We're just winning this coin flip and then we're Master 1. Told you, told you. Told you we're going to open broken. That's good. That's an acceptable hand. Not that good. It's fine though. Early. All right. Early. I kind of feel like gammaing that shit. I feel like that's a solid gamma. Oh, that is not so juicy anymore. So we activate big welcome. Chain welcome. Coup clock. Is there a point in going coup clock to hand? Yeah. This and this. This, not this. Chat, what are you talking about? I know it doesn't summon. That's the point. They drew 0 of Maxi. What did they add? My friend. Okay, cool. I think you're dead. I could die. Not sure though. They definitely need. I think they need a little more for an OTK. Like they don't have many discards. They would have to delicious this, and then they would also have to have. They basically need happy in hand or delicious in hand. Get the other one. Then they need to hit with the white cat. Does that even do it? All that? No, that doesn't even do it. Because they still need like the because my lovely is bigger than their happiness. They can't just like run into it over and over. The first they somehow have to survive the first attack. Are the rarity collection openings happening today? I think they are, yeah. I think they are. Or just Zeus 6 material. Well, I mean, they're definitely going to be playing this turn. Their hand is freaking custom. That's besides the point. Miss one time. Miss. Come on. Yes. Okay, nice. The thing is, chat, if I don't chain my welcome labs to the maxi, I gamma the Pearl Lily, they draw 1 card, which means they're still on 6 cards in hand, and I can't do anything for the rest of this turn, right? Because I can't use my traps because they will just draw under maxi. So I just have to watch them play, Zeus my back row, and play without follow-up next turn. Whereas now, it's like they're very low on cards, and I have follow-up next turn, and it's fine. Or like, not necessarily, it could not be fine, but it could potentially also be fine, you know? Because we have Coup Clock plus Furniture next turn. Which is playable. It's a playable situation. If they have Trap, they have Trap. But if not, then we're actually fine here. No. We're just winning. Yeah, we're fine. Draw one with Sleepy. We just use one here. We grab Big Welcome. And we're winning next turn. Good thing this one doesn't matter. Effect. I'm kind of thinking we grab the field spell here. We don't have to be afraid of we don't have to be afraid of Max of Ash. I think it's a field spell angle. Third Maxi question mark? No. Pop. I believe. So the quote unquote problem is that I want to pop my friend and the field spell, but then I don't get rid of the Noir, which I kind of do need to do. I kind of do need to do that. I think I'm gonna pop my friend and then use Lovely to pop the Xyz and just accept that they get to float with the field spell. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Chaos Angel? I could... Oh, I could Chaos Angel, actually. I think I want to draw a card here. Yeah, I think I'm going to Chaos Angel. I'm going to pop this with this and then Chaos Angel. Yeah, you're right. Chaos Angel's better. Doesn't matter. I mean, we're clearing the entire board, setting up for next turn. And they only have 2 cards in hand. I think this is fine. I don't think we have a better line than this. No. This. Draw. That's useless. No. Yup. No trap in the graveyard, actually, that's the most annoying part about this. The most annoying part about this is that I don't have a trap right now. I guess we go for Muckraker. I guess we attack and then Muckraker in main phase 2. This is level 8 or higher Fiend. So this also technically Big Welcome does work even with Chaos Angel on the board. So I could just technically I could just go Chandelier, set Welcome Lab, and pass, and then I have a Welcome Pop and a Big Welcome Bounce. But Muckraker into Lovely seems better, because then I also have Lovely. Having Lovely is good. But I think I said Welcome Lab, right? Because Big Welcome has a bounce in the grave? I think so. I think I want welcome. I don't think I want big welcome. I think this is better. Because this way I have... This is still a pop because the field spell, and this is a bounce, and this is a pop. So I have like 3 interactions against 3 cards in hand. It should be fine. It should be fine. Yep. It's fine. They grab the trap. Fine. They can't really rank up into anything dangerous here for me. It's fine. Okay, good lord. We're probably going to stream longer today because I do want to watch the 2010 video. I didn't expect it to be this long. Sure. I mean, this literally doesn't do anything, right? Like, even I could interact with it now, but what's the point? What's the point? I don't see a point. I don't see a point. It doesn't do anything. Like, yeah, attach to it. They try to attach both big welcomes here, but I can pop it at any point. I'll pop it now. Just in case they have like happy memory and stuff. Because this only prevents monsters in response, right? Yeah. We do a little bit of triggering. Just a little bit of triggering. Ooh, we hit my friend Pearly. We're the best. Okay, they have trap card and one more. One more. I guess that's probably 2 more in a second. That's probably 2 more. Oh, God. It's never easy. It's just never... It cannot be easy once. It can never just be easy. Well, they've used both effects of Lily already. Komoi-san, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. Once again, if you are new to the stream and you are enjoying the stream, follow the stream or, you know, have a free prime subscription that you want to support the channel with. Always helps out a ton. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. They did not miss. They did not miss at all. They never miss. So if they take my friend Pearly, we have the option of bouncing the Pearly the my friend to hand when they pay 500. And then if the last card in their hand is not a quick play Pearly spell, we win instantly. But if the last card in their hand is a quick play spell, we might be in trouble. But I think we have to. I think we have to try. The trap is gone. They don't have the trap. The trap is discarded. They had a response window. Oh no, that might be the trap in the grave. The thing is, there's no alternative to this play. Because if we let it happen, I think they have infinite options for sure. Okay. Oh god damn, man. Woohoo! How was this such a freaking drag, man? How was it such a freaking drag? For 200 gems. For 200 gems. Holy shit. Okay. Alright, well. We have achieved the Master one. And we have like over an hour. We have over an hour until the rarity collection openings happen. So let me just grab that 2010 Yu-Gi-Oh recap video that we wanted to watch so desperately. And let's have a little chill watch time together with the class, you know? Oh, there they are. What's up, Law Yugioh? Let me pause the music, and here we go. Okay. Now, 2010. Oh my god, I can't be talking that much. Otherwise, we will... Okay, we will be here forever. Anyways, 2010 recap. We've seen the other years already. Let's hop into 2010, chat. Let's hop into 2010. One of the most popular Time Wizard formats, or the most popular probably, Edison format. Edison format is from 2010, so it's also in this video. Let's go.
Entering 2010 and the halfway point of the era, the meta stood unchanged since the release of Hidden Arsenal near the end of 2009. While many cards that would be meta impactful were released in the last set of 2009, Stardust Overdrive, many of them were simply too early to be played in the capacity that they would be eventually. In addition to these, a few promos would drop to start the year off prior to the first SJC of the year,
yes, you are
both being manga promos.
You are allowed a snack.
The first of these was the Shonen Jump promo for January 2010, being an extremely important card for the game itself in a cultural sense, being the first legally playable copy of Obelisk the Tormentor. While the God cards had seen non-playable printings in the past, and even a set of them set for a major audience later this year, this was the first time any of them were playable in the game itself, with Obelisk requiring 3 tributes to summon.
Obelisk actually ended up being somewhat viable at some point down the line. I don't believe in 2010, I immediately, like, there's people messing around with it in Edison format, but it's not really good. But in Dragon Rulers, it was actually interesting, because it was kind of like unoutable. Some people played it in Dragon Rulers, because you would just make Draco Sack, get 2 tokens, and tribute for Obelisk. And then you just, you know, it's very hard to out.
Its summon both being unable to be negated and unrespondable, it being untargetable, and able to tribute 2 monsters to nuke the opponent's monsters, unable to attack at the same turn, and destroyed at the end of the turn if it was special summoned rather than properly normal summoned. Obelisk would not see play at this point in time, but it was still noteworthy as it would lead to the remaining 2 God cards seeing legal printings over the next few years. The other was the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Volume 4 promo, being Elemental Hero Absolute Zero, a fusion of any hero and a water, gaining 500 attack for all other waters on field, and nuking the opponent's monsters when removed from the field. Absolute Zero was far more noteworthy than Gaia was, being easily the best hero fusion ever printed at the time, and was looked at because unlike all of the other elemental hero fusions, Absolute Zero could be made with any hero, which included Malicious, making it a consideration for some strategies to splash in.
That is giga important for like future fusion and shit, by the way.
Miracle Fusion. With these promos out, SJC Los Angeles would take place soon after the start of the year on January 9th, and with it we'd see similar results to the events at the end of last year, with Twilight and Lightsworn builds still dominating the meta, although not in an overwhelming sense.
Yeah, this is where we left off, right? This is where we left off They've already kind of murdered Teledad, but it's still here. They've already neutered Lightsworn a little bit, but it's still here. You know, Diva Zombie is starting to pop off. Like, this is where we left off.
With Twilight and Lightsworn builds still dominating the meta, and although not in an overwhelming.
Stardust Overdrive, I don't think has anything that is super impactful, as far as I remember.
Sense. Diva Zombie was a good bit more successful following its top at the end of the previous year, seeing a shift towards more of a Grave Recursion package with a refocus on Book of Life.
No way, Gaia needs heroes. No, it does. It does. You can't Future Fusion for Malicious and Dandelion. Otherwise, that'd be busted in Edison format. You cannot Future Fusion for Mali and Dandy. If you want to get Dandy with Future Fusion, you have to send us like a Stratos or an Alias or something like that.
Win the event with Lightsworn, seeing little to no difference to builds from the previous year, with the sole exception of the inclusion of one copy of Archlord Christia. As while powerful, there were only 6 fairies in the main deck, so it was not a reliable win condition outside of Beckoning Light pushes.
Twilight.
The first set of the year would come out at the end of the month and would slowly push in new cards to take advantage of the releases in Stardust Overdrive, with the birth of a new powerful toolbox deck that would define the early months of 2010.
Oh, Ancient Prophecy, right? No. Is this Ancient Prophecy?
Duelist Pack Yusei 2.
No, okay.
Release date, January 26th, 2010. Set type, Duelist Pack. Major strategies, Synchron.
Wait,
Impact,
the Breed Dragon
the beginning
was
of
first
the Synchron
in a...
toolbox.
No, it's already out.
Duelist Pack
point,
Yusei
right?
2 would start the releases of 2010, and though it only brought one new relevant card, it would set the tone of every set of the year by bringing something of relevance to the table,
it was mostly
no matter
reprints.
how small. For Yusei 2, that card would be Junk Archer, a level 7 Synchro requiring Junk Synchron that can temporarily...
If this didn't change, by the way, Junk Archer is pretty expensive. It's like $10 or whatever, because it's good in Edison and has not seen a reprint in like freaking ages.
Remove a threat from the opponent's board,
The
returning
same is
it
true
in the
for
end
Absolute
phase.
Zero.
This would be the first of a couple of new cards to revitalize the previously
It got a
released
reprint
Quick Draw
recently?
Sync.
Oh, okay, then I missed that one. Where did it get reprinted? Where did they put it? Oh, the Battles of Legends. You guys are right. Yeah.
Who would over the coming months gain multiple new good Synchro targets to summon using its replacement effect, which would go to spawn the Synchron Toolbox deck, which we'll go into more detail on in the coming sections. Reprints here would include the previously mentioned Quick Draw Synchron, Stardust Dragon Assault Mode, Debris Dragon, Level Eater, and 1-for-1, which while not the greatest spread, still held powerful
Level Eater,
reprints.
dude. Imagine
the set
we had
would set
Level
the
Eater
stage
still,
for the
man.
coming
Oh
weeks as the
God.
first core set of the year would release, and it would be the one to set the stage for one of the most heavily played retro formats in the modern day.
This is Ancient Prophecy now. Now it's Ancient Prophecy.
Absolute
Power
Force.
Force. Never mind.
Release date, February 16th,
I mistook the two names.
2010.
Ancient Prophecy is
Set
already
type,
out at this point.
core
Why
set.
do I keep
Major
saying,
strategies,
hamster?
Gravekeepers, X-Saber, Synchron.
Oh my
Impact,
God.
new strategy anchor pieces.
Commandant.
Absolute Power Force would be the first core set of the year, and while it may be considered the weakest of the 4 overall, that isn't to say it was bad in the slightest, as this set was incredibly powerful thanks to the introduction of a couple of powerful cards into the metagame. Starting with archetypes, Gravekeepers would get a wave of archetypal support here that was revolutionary for the time period, as while there had been the occasional support card for previous archetypes, this was one of the first major...
This card was phenomenal at the time. This card saw play for like a year straight. And then later on, when they gave Gravekeeper more support, it even won, I think, their first, like the mono Gravekeeper deck won their first like Shonen Jump or whatever. I think it was Fraser Smith, YCS Atlanta, like 2011 or something like that. But it's like some months down the line. But Descendant was so freaking strong because you could like actually like previously. It's even 2010. Okay. Well, so it's in this one. It's the Fraser Smith thingy is in here. Recruiter? Okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was 2011. Either way, the big deal about this card is that Gravekeeper Spy has been a pretty, like, it's been a pretty defensive card up until this point, where you just like use the spies to like wall up and maybe tribute them if you ever want to have a proactive play out of it or synchro with them. This now makes it so that Spy itself is a proactive card, because you can just basically flip Spy, summon this, tribute Spy, pop a card. So it's kind of like, right, it's kind of like Spy turns into it's just a monster with this card pretty much.
Major instances of legacy support in the game's history. with a legacy archetype from many years prior receiving a wave of support that revolutionized the strategy and brings it into the modern age. Gravekeeper support here included Descendant, who could tribute a Gravekeeper monster to pop a card on field, Visionary, who could be tribute summoned with only one Gravekeeper, gains 200 attack for each Gravekeeper in grave, and can protect itself from destruction by discarding a Gravekeeper.
At least Priestess, I don't think it ever
a
was.
TCG exclusive that treats the field as Necro Valley when there's no field spell active and boosts all Gravekeepers by 200 attack and defense, and Steel, which returns 2 Gravekeeper monsters from grave to hand, ignoring the restrictions of Necro Valley. This wave would bring Gravekeepers into the modern age, specifically with Descendant, being a target to summon using Spy, who can then turn the Spy into spot removal, seeing splash play in multiple decks in the meta. X-Saber would also receive another major upgrade here in Emmer's Blade.
Holy shit, the Ab Zeros I have are $40. Yeah, now you know. Absolute Zero is very expensive. I think even the common one from some Astral pack or OTS pack, I don't know how old it is, there's a common Ab Zero that's like, it's expensive because it's one of the most played cards in Edison.
A TCG exclusive who summons an X-Saber from deck when destroying battle. High Inlay, a level 6 synchro that pops up to 3 spells or traps on summon, and Saberhole, which negates the summon of a monster if you control an X-Saber. X-Saber would be considered decent at this point as its own standalone deck thanks to the support, but wouldn't quite break into the meta yet, though it...
Well, X-Saber is like a fun deck in Edison. You can play it, it's not great. Like in early 2010 format, it's playable, but it's not phenomenal yet.
Was almost there. Moving into more standalone pieces, Battle Fader was a new tool that let you special summon itself from hand to end the battle phase when attacked directly, being similar to Gores and Tragodia, filling a different niche and seeing considerable play with Monarch strategies in particular. Witch of the Black Rose drew a card on normal summon, discarding it and destroying herself if the drawn card was not a monster.
It's not very good, but
alongside
it's
Gallus the Star Beast would come together in the format to form a newer strategy known as Monster Mash, which was a collection of all of the good monsters in the format with no spells or traps to ensure their effects would always trigger. This particular deck at the time though would only appear over in the EU, as Gallus the Star Beast was still exclusive to the region and was unavailable in North America, making it illegal to play in NA events. Kokimeru Urn Knight was able to special summon a Kokimeru from deck by revealing an Iron Core in hand, mostly seeing play for being a 2000 attack body in Beast Warrior decks. Consecrated Light was an extremely targeted piece of sideboard hate, blocking summoning and attacking of dark monsters while on the field, primarily sided against Blackwings at the time. Drill Warrior was the second big payoff target for Quick Draw Synchron, able to cut its attack in half to attack directly that turn and able to discard a card to put itself out of play until the next turn, returning a monster from grave to hand when it returned. Drill Warrior specifically would spark an innovation in the format in the deck of Quick Draw Dandy Warrior, which was mainly built on the interactions of Quick Draw Synchron and Dandelion, able to discard a Dandy to summon Quick Draw, then summon 2 fluff tokens with Dandy's effect, giving immediate access to either Drill Warrior to push advantage or to Junk Archer to clean up games. This particular strategy would go on to define the game for a few months after release, which we'll cover soon enough. Cards of Consonance allowed the user to discard a Dragon Tuner to draw 2 cards, which was not too useful yet, as the only Dragon...
At the time, this card was mostly used for FTKs, like Exodia FTKs would use Trade-In, Blue Eyes, Cards of Consonance, Whitestone of Legend. And then we used it in 2013 in Dragon Rulers sometimes. 2013, early 2014, Dragon Rulers used it to pitch tuners to fuel the grave with dragons. Now, there's even, like, going back, there's even a couple decks in Edison that are not FTKs that use this card.
Tuner at this stage seeing play was
it also Dragoonity. Dragoonity used it. Yeah, you're right. Dragoonity did use it, but the main use I remember for this card was at first using it in FTKs and then using it in Dragon Rulers later. That's the two most, I don't want to say meta relevant because the FTKs weren't really meta relevant, but they existed. You know, every once in a while you'd run into it.
Occasional Debris Dragon, which was not a common enough occurrence to justify its inclusion in deck building. Fiendish Chain was the newest staple trap, being a continuous trap that
This is one of the most interesting cards at the time to look at, in my opinion, because Fiendish Chain was literally ignored. It was completely ignored for, like, I want to say 2 years straight, until in 2012, suddenly it became an omega staple in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like in 2012, Wind Up, Insector, Rabbit format, everyone is playing Fiendish Chain. And it's like in 2010, like Edison format, no one plays it. and of course it has its reason. I think it's like almost 100% correlates to the popularity of tribute summons, the popularity of Caius, right? Because when I use a Fiendish Chain to stop a monster, it can't attack anymore, it's negated, but it can still serve as a tribute fodder for Caius. And that's something that in Edison it's a big deal, right? It's a very, very big deal. If I have to Fiendish Chain your Raikou, the fact that you can still tribute it for Caius is a huge negative. And then later on, it just becomes more like less focused on tributes, and every monster is like more focused on its own. Like every monster stands for itself. Like Tour Guide does what it does. Insector Dragonfly does what it does. You just like you don't really have that thing. You also have way less flip monsters where you are forced to use Fiendish Chain early on, and then they still get value off of it. Like you would just Fiendish Chain their normal summon, and then they can't tribute anyways, right?
Attached itself to a monster, negating its effects and preventing it from attacking, seeing little play at first, but would grow into an integral part.
I do think there's the possibility to play this card in Edison, because it does a couple things very well. Like if your opponent doesn't have Caius in hand, for example, one really good thing is that like when you go second in Edison and everyone is playing like flip monsters and stuff still, you can kind of flip the initiative by like if your opponent sets Raikou, you set Raikou. Your opponent flips Raikou, you Fiendish Chain it. Now you're the one with the set Raikou that has the initiative on, you know, the flip monsters and so on and so forth. But it only works if your opponent doesn't have the Caius, so it's risky. But it's not bad, I think.
Format. Super Nimble Mega Hamster was a TCG exclusive that, when flipped, summoned a low-level beast from deck in face-down defense position, specifically useful for summoning Raikou out of the deck to use its pop and mill effect. Lastly, Gale Dogro was an OCG import that, by paying 2,000 life points, let you send monsters from the extra deck to the graveyard.
That card has never been used for good.
It wouldn't be useful at all, but would eventually find use as extra deck monsters gain more and more interactive graveyard effects. With this release, the stage was being set for a major format shift, complemented by the structure deck following just a week later.
Ooh, huge structure deck. Huge structure deck. It was such a good structure, man.
Release date, February 23rd, 2010. Set type, structure deck. Major strategies, machines. Impact,
China.
Machina Mayhem was the first structure deck in a long time to actually be focused on an archetype rather than just generically good support for their monster type or subtype, though you could still easily make an argument for both in the camp of either machine or unions. Its primary 3 new monsters, Machina Fortress, Gearframe, and Peacekeeper, are some of the best machines printed up until this point,
even
with Gearframe and Peacekeeper being arguably the best unions too, although you would almost never play them for their union effects. Peacekeeper lets you add a union monster from deck to hand when destroyed, which can include while it's equipped to a monster. Gearframe searches a Machina on normal summon, and Fortress, their boss, was an extremely unique monster to say the least. As part of its summon condition, you can either summon it from hand or grave by discarding at least 8 levels of machines from the hand, which technically meant that if it was in hand, you could summon it by discarding itself and any other machine, as its summon condition can summon itself from the grave or hand, leading to the strategy's popularity.
Machina isn't better in Edison format? Well, you see, randomly, I don't know if this was intended or not. Well, I mean, it probably was intended, but I honestly don't know why. But for some reason, they made an insane balancing mechanic for machines, which was Chimera Tech Fortress Dragon, which you can just summon Cyber Dragon, fuse with any machine on your opponent's side of the field, and make Fortress Dragon, which was a huge balancing factor that only existed against machines. It was only there against machines. And so, like, if you've ever seen an Edison deck, and you've ever looked at an Edison deck profile, you will notice that almost every deck plays 2 Cyber Dragons in the side deck, because it's just like Cyber Dragon is a good card in a lot of matchups. Like any beatdown matchup, anything where like 2100 beater is good, or you want to quickly tribute for Monarchs or quickly synchro into something big, Cyber Dragon is a good card. On top of that, it annihilates every single machine deck out there, right? And so like machine decks at the time had to focus on, like, you would always have to, like, if you're not maining it, you have to side deck cards like Bottomless and stuff like that to not get hit with the Cyber Dragon. Also, System Down. Yeah, they also made System Down, which I don't know why. I don't, because like looking at, it's interesting to me, because looking at the last couple years, right, machines weren't like dominant or anything. It's not like they needed to be balanced, right? It's not like it was a problem that they fixed. it's just something that they decided to do. It feels like almost randomly, where machines just had that counter to it, right? Machines just had that counter to it. I don't know why they did that, but that is the reason why machine decks are not way more popular in Edison, because they have a lot of good cards. There's a lot of really good cards for machines, but you just can't really play a solid control game with machines because you just get a Fortress Dragon at some point for friggin' 3 or 4K.
It also had the added effects of destroying another card on field when destroyed in battle, and ripping a card from the opponent's hand when targeted by a monster effect.
There's many cards like System Down, but for other types, true. But for some reason, System Down banishes from graveyard as well. And but the bigger deal is Cyber Dragon. The System Down is just a small side thing. It's mostly Cyber Dragon.
For the time. In addition to these, the structure also gave us Scrap Recycler, who on summon can send a machine from deck to grave and can shuffle 2 Earth level 4 machines from grave into deck once per turn to draw a card.
That's also
Recycler wouldn't see much play on release, but it is worth noting as the ability to bin a machine on summon would come up in later eras of the game. Machina would eventually go from here to be a major—
I remember people playing Scrap Recycler sometimes in like Gadgets or Machina decks. People sometimes, they did.
Piece of the format,
not often,
primarily only being held back by its typing of machine, as any player could contest the deck's end board simply by summoning a Cyber Dragon to fuse their board into Chimera Tech Fortress Dragon. But notably, this wouldn't be a factor for the time in the EU, as Fortress Dragon, being a jump promo, was still unavailable in the region. Reprints this go-round included Cyber Dragon, ironically, the Gadgets, Cyber Valley, Dimensional Prison, and Compulse, being much lighter than the other structure deck releases. SJC Nashville would take place 4 days later on February 27th, and while it might seem like the format had diversified substantially with this event, it was primarily centralized around different Lightsworn and Zombie decks at this point, as the power of both Lightsworn and Zombie cores were omnipresent at this stage.
I'm trying to think.
Going into some of the more unique outings here that we haven't seen so far, Spaceship was an odd one-off deck in the top 16. Using the interaction of the various spaceship monsters like Victory Viper XX03 and Lord British Space Fighter with Honest, who could push their battle-centric effects to their natural breaking point. X-Saber would see a single top here thanks primarily to its new support from Absolute Power Force in addition to its already present Rescue Cat synergies. Able to summon 2 Airbellum from deck to get board presence to go off with their other swarming cards like Voltroll and Gotham's Emergency Call. Satoshi Kate would take the event with Phantom Twilight Zombie, combining the already popular Twilight Zombie from the end of 2009 with Phantom of Chaos, who could copy the effect of Skyscourge Norlaris to nuke the board and take over with your engrave effects like Mizuki. This event would be the straw that broke the camel's back in a way, as 4 days later on March 1st, the ban list was updated with many hits across the board. Newly limited were Bryonic, Chaos Sorcerer, Lumina, Mizuki, Necroface, Necrogargna, Tragodia, Allure of Darkness, Burial from a Different Dimension, Charge of the Light Brigade, Destiny
FPS,
Draw, Foolish Burial, Magical Explosion, and Mind Crush, with many of these hits targeted at Lightsworn and Zombie specifically. Newly semi-limited were Cyber Dragon, Dandelion, Demise, Honest, Treeborn Frog, Black Whirlwind, United We Stand, Royal Decree, Royal Oppression, and Skill Drain. Lastly, unlimited were Mask of Darkness and Smashing Ground. With these changes, both Lightsworn and Twilight variants would take major hits in their counts of—
I mean, this was very warranted though at the time. It was very warranted because Lightsworn had been around at this point for like 2 years. Zombie decks had been played for a long time. It was about time, yeah.
Lumina, Necrogargna, and Charge, with the Zombie variant also taking a major hit in both Mizuki and Burial, seeing the decks fall in placement rather quickly from these hits. Following this change, a couple of new promo releases would occur that would be pretty impactful. The first of these was a promo in the Duelist Pack Collection 10 2010, which brought the trap Starlight Road, able to negate any effect that would destroy 2 or more cards you control, summoning a Stardust after the fact. This would become a solid option for many decks in the format, able to negate popular swing cards like Heavy Storm and Judgment Dragon, which not only outs a major issue, but also puts Stardust on the board to potentially negate a future issue, though notably the Stardust summoned this way would not be able to revive thanks to it not being properly summoned the first time. The other promo release here would be the Absolute Power Force Special Edition, which brought reprints of both Dandelion and Red MD, making them not only accessible, but also
legal for us, man.
Legal for the EU due to being jump promos prior to this. With that said, the stage was set for a new format to take hold, and the release directly after would probably not change anything about that fact.
This set was this is like, what is that?
Duelist Pack Kaiba.
Yeah.
Release date, April 20th, 2010. Set type, Duelist Pack. Major strategies, random cards that Kaiba played. Impact, potentially a catalyst for retro play. Duelist Pack really Kaiba, similarly to Yugi the previous year, brought next to no new...
This is the first pack out of this entire series that I don't remember the pack art of. And that should tell you something, because I remembered every of those other packs. I remember opening, I remember what it had in it, I remember what it felt like to, you know, when it came out. This one, I just saw this one I feel like for the first time. This was so irrelevant.
New cards to the game, with the exception of a single new card in the form of Malefic Blue Eyes White Dragon, as a way to tie the TCG in with the upcoming Bonds Beyond Time.
Is this the one that has
Because of this, the pack itself was primarily filled with different cards used by Kaiba in the anime, which was also a point of note, as Kaiba's cards were always the more powerful of the time, meaning that many of them at this stage were already banned in the TCG. These reprints include Cyberjar, who was banned, CED, who was banned, Pot of Greed, which was banned, Ring of Destruction, which was banned, and Crush Card Virus, which was banned. What it did do, however, was reprint a lot of staple cards from the formats of late 2004 and early 2005,
finally,
which alongside other reprint releases of those eras found later in this year and into the next, could be considered a catalyst of sorts for the wider Yu-Gi-Oh community that led to the eventual creation of what is referred to now as GOAT format in early to mid 2012. It's a little ironic, of course, that the catalyst that potentially led to the creation of one of the most popular retro formats of all time happened here, as 5 days after this set release would be the last SJC ever held and the event that immortalized the other most popular retro format of Yu-Gi-Oh! SJC Edison was held on April 25th, and this would be the final SJC ever, as Konami was retiring the circuit following the full takeover of the TCG from Upper Deck, already assuring the community that a new tournament series would be replacing the SJCs in the coming months. Edison would not only show a completely new format to the previous metagame, but would also prove to be a time capsule of sorts. As with modern day hindsight, Edison format is one of...
It's funny because we're gonna probably look at some of these deck lists from Top Cut here, and some of them, with hindsight, like how people play Edison today, some of these lists are literally unplayable. So I remember specifically, I think there was a Gadget player that got second place, I believe, and that deck, legit, if you bring that to an Edison tournament today, I don't think you can win a game with it. I don't think it's possible. Like, I don't think it can do that. It doesn't have the cards in it to actually win a game of Edison format.
The most unsolved formats of its era, with so many innovations to it coming out over the coming decades. As for the tournament itself, as previously mentioned, a variety of innovations to the format would come out of this event, so let's take a look through these new decks. Gravekeeper Burn would be sort of a precursor to events later this year, with the Gravekeeper package of Spy, Descendant, Guard, and Commandant facilitating...
I guess this is not one of those decks. No one plays this, to be clear, but you could, I guess. It's cringe, but you could. Well, you could. This is not what I was talking about, but like this deck could.
A Wave Motion Cannon win condition, playing various stall tools like Level Limit, Messenger of Peace, and Skill Drain, alongside the ability to rip the opponent's hand apart with
You
Royal
should
Tribute.
not, but you
Gladiator
could.
Beast would take 2 top spots here with 2 different approaches. The first...
This was, by the way, the reason why Glad still topped this event, because Glad doesn't really do anything these days in modern Edison. Quite simply, is that back in the day, like, people were attached to their decks pretty much. People just had been playing Gladiator Beast for these people bringing Gladiator Beast to SJZ Edison probably just have been playing Gladiator Beast for like 2 or 3 years straight. Right? That's how it was back then. That's how it was. You kind of just, you had a deck and you kept playing it. Especially because, keep in mind, SJC Edison happened just after a huge ban list. So what people did is they just played what they played before the ban list and tried to adjust it to the new ban list. And if it was kind of fine, they just brought it, right? That's just kind of how it is, right? Nowadays, I feel like we still have that sometimes. Sometimes people still get attached and play decks still that was like, yeah, you know, like if you keep playing Sword Soul or Salamangreat or whatever, it's kind of like this, but it feels a little less like, it feels a little less viable, and it feels a little like the game is developing a little bit faster these days, I think, to the point where, and this is one of the things about Edison format, where even though some decks are better than others, and it is a very diverse format, you can still technically do well with a lot of decks, and you also have like the ability to. A lot of it comes from good deck building and good piloting in the decks. It's not like you have matchups that are just like 20% or 80%. Well, some are, but most of them aren't. It's very balanced even within the games, right? And that's why even decks like this one, if you played this deck today at an Edison event, right, it wouldn't be the best deck in the room, but you could do well with it if you wanted to play Gladbeast. If you just like Gladbeast and you want to play it in Edison, you can. And this list, is it optimal? No, it's probably not, but like it's fine. Like it's playable. You can do well with this for sure.
First being a more low to the ground, back row heavy strategy, taking heavy advantage of the various options in the format, and the other being a more combo oriented take with Cat and Sam Knight in tow.
Now this one I just straight up don't understand. What the hell is the Phantom Dragon doing there? This is just like all over the place.
Machina would make its first major event appearance here thanks to the gadgets constantly providing hand resources for Fortress plays, backed up even more by Solidarity bringing your machine's attack values higher and higher. The primary reason that this didn't end up higher than top 16 though was probably because of Cyber Dragon, which had already found its way into various players' side and main decks to counter out such a bold strategy. Lightsworn and Twilight would both find showings here following their nerfs, with Pure going heavier on the fairy count for Christia access, and Twilight pulling more into the dark count by effectively only playing a handful of Lightsworns, notably playing Hamster in the main to...
This is pretty much the same. Like no one these days, no one really plays something like Twilight, right? It's like... Playing Twilight is an idea that you would only really have if you've been playing the 2 previous years of Yu-Gi-Oh! And you were like, oh, this Lightsworn and Dark stuff together, let's do it. Right? It's a cool looking deck though, it looks fun.
Serve as a 4th copy of Raikou. Blackwing would see a bit of hybridization to the previous playstyles here, being primarily the pure variant with easy access to level 6, 7, and 8 synchros and Dark Arm Dragon pushes, but also now playing 2 copies of Vayu to serve as a way to manipulate their dark count and grave to access quick advantage swings. There would also be 1 instance of Lightsword Monarch in the top cut here.
This is such a Jarell Winston deck, man. It's such a Jarell Winston deck. That's all I'm gonna say.
With a pivot back to Thestalos alongside Caius for the Monarch lineup, similarly playing Hamster as a way to access Raikou.
This is the guy, by the way, Jarell Winston is the guy that would end up being a huge personality in back in the day Yu-Gi-Tubing, by the way. Some of y'all will remember. And he got top 8 at 2012 Worlds with Exodia.
Alongside Caius for the Monarch lineup.
The trip
Similarly playing Hamster as a way to access Raikou. Flamvel would see its first real success here thanks to Fire Dog, Magician, and Rekindling, able to access and abuse the level 8 Synchro pool better than any other deck, with both Gravekeeper and Raikou engines backing up their advantage.
It's not that good, but it's
Cat Control would see 2 top spots here thanks primarily to the control provided by a splashed-in Gravekeeper engine, able to capitalize on a flipped Spy with 2 Air Bellum, proving to be a powerful strategy. Doom Caliber Gadget is an anomaly even today.
This is the one. This is the one. How on earth? 9 gadgets, 3 Doom Caliber, 3 Fissure, 2 Hammer Shot, 3 Smashing Ground. What the hell is the goal of this deck? The goal of this deck is to just like Smashing Ground your monster, summon a gadget, attack. Next turn, you're gonna run over the gadget, they will fissure your monster, summon another gadget, attack. No, it can't win. It doesn't have a win condition.
As Edison historians still have little to no idea how this deck made it all the way to 2nd place at this event. But the core concept of the deck is to take advantage of the control provided by Doom Caliber Knight alongside the resource engine of the gadgets to take games long and win through sheer control of the game state. Jeff Jones would win the event here with Quick Draw Dandy Warrior,
it's such a
with his deck taking
so
full advantage of the previously mentioned Quick Draw and Dandy.
Also, another instance of nowadays, Quick Draw Dandy Warrior is not considered one of the better decks in Edison. Like, people don't even play it that much anymore. People play it for fun. I play it for fun a lot. I think it's a great deck. It's super fun. It's not considered that strong. But it did win the Shonen Jump back then, and it's so freaking cool, man. It has almost all the cool cards in Edison, right? It has the Haraiko, the Hamster, the Quick Draw, the Debris, the Caius, the Light and Darkness Dragon, even the Lone Fire into Titanial, the Avarices, the Back Row. It's got everything that, like, it's got almost everything that Edison is like known for, right? It's like so dope. Which deck's considered the best? I don't think there's one best deck, but people consider Blackwing, Vayu Turbo, hero decks, these and some zombie stuff is like, I would consider that's considered the best stuff in Edison, I think, these days.
Dandelion combo. Also playing 2 copies of Lone Fire Blossom to both access Dandelion as well as Titanial on demand.
And Frogs.
This particular event would be remembered fondly by the community both for its diversity and its brevity, as it was the only event played in this criminally short-lived format. As the next set, releasing 2 weeks later, would bring about so many new power strategies to the game that the game itself would take a massive leap forward that hasn't been seen since Duelist Genesis.
Oh my god, no. Shining Darkness? We're not ready. We're not ready for Shining Darkness.
The Shining Darkness. Release date, May 11th, 2010. Set type, core set. Major strategies, X-Saber, Infernity, Frog. Impact, massive leaps with horrid consequences. The Shining Darkness is one of the sets of the 5Ds era that arguably changed the most about the game.
All of those decks that you were playing in Edison format, throw them all out of the window, man. This was 2010's Power of the Elements, I think. This was so strong
by itself, specifically in the introduction of support for 3 previously talked about archetypes that would effectively warp the entire game around their support here, which would sadly render many of the metagame advancements that we just saw in the last SJC completely moot. The 3 in question come down simply to the archetypes of X-Saber, Infernity, and Frogs, each of which change fundamental aspects of the game here with their new support. Starting with X-Saber, they receive Bogart Knight, a TCG exclusive that, on normal summon, summoned an X-Saber from hand. Dark Soul, a TCG exclusive that, on the turn it sent from field to grave, let you search an X-Saber from deck at the end phase, and Pashal, an OCG import that can't be destroyed by battle, dealing damage to the user every turn it remains in face-up defense.
It was
X-Saber with this support would rapidly rise in the meta, as now you had both better board swarming to enable Fall Troll, better searching, and more adjustable levels for synchro summoning, making swarming to hand rip with Gotems a far more common occurrence.
Right, no. So this is Dark Souls effect now, right? This is Dark Souls effect now. I forgot. My brain made me forget that. Nowadays, Dark Soul works like Skarm, where you activate it in the end phase. Back then, when it released, it triggered when it went to the graveyard. So if you could, like, you send it to grave, you revive it, you send it to the grave again, you search multiple times.
A major point of note here was specifically in the case of Dark Soul, whose text on release was not entirely clear how it specifically worked, causing a rulings nightmare for major events following its release, where you would get a search in the end phase for every time it was sent from field to grave that turn, meaning that players could constantly revive him, tribute him with Gotems for a hand rip, and repeat, getting a search for every time you did so. This instance would arguably be the cause of the creation of what became known as problem-solving card text, or PSCT for short, being implemented a year later, as the confusion from rulings that came off of this were devastating for major events, although the cause as to why the shift occurred has never been officially stated. The second archetype was Infernity, which saw a larger wave of support to provide them with access to the synchro pool with Mirage, who can't be summoned from grave and can send itself to grave while you have no cards in hand to revive 2 Infernities, Beetle, who can tribute himself if you have no cards in hand to summon 2 more from deck, Avenger, who can summon itself from grave when a monster is destroyed while you have no cards in hand, copying that monster's level, Doom Dragon, a level 8 synchro that can destroy a monster the opponent controls and burn them for half its attack once per turn if you have no cards in hand, Launcher, who can send an Infernity from hand to grave once per turn, and can be sent from field to grave to revive 2 Infirnities. Whoever made Launcher probably made Firewall Dragon, a TCG exclusive Omni-Negate counter trap that requires you to have no cards in hand and control an Infernity monster.
This was TCG
With this
exclusive?
support alongside the previously released Archfiend and Necromancer, Infernity became one of the end-all be-all
Do you think this at full power could keep up with modern Yu-Gi-Oh? No. Even though it was super busted at the time, if you didn't have a really specific and good opening hand, you would still take some turns to set up. Like, you would still very often, very common with Infernity was to to set some back row and go for all your stuff the next turn. There was one specific trap card that's probably going to be mentioned, Infernity Inferno, which is just a -3. It says you can discard 2 cards from your hand to foolish 2 Infernities from your deck. That was one of the main ways to set up like very consistently, right? You would just set some traps, next turn activate Inferno, empty your hand, and go from there. Like only very, very lucky Infernity hands would set up on the first turn of the game. Commonly they would have to wait 1 or 2 turns, which was fine usually because the other decks were just slower than Infernity. But with modern Yu-Gi-Oh, Infernity would lose every single time pretty much if your opponent, if you don't set up immediately, right? And even if you set up immediately, honestly, there's probably decks that can break it.
Combo decks of the upcoming meta, as you could effectively loop almost infinite resources by repeatedly summoning Archfiend, then removing it from the field using a synchro summon, resummoning it through one of the many methods to get another search. This looping of resources is arguably why hard once per turns would come into the design space shortly hereafter, or in effect usage is tied to the card name rather than being once per copy, with Infernity being one of the first true abusers of the soft once per turn clause. Third and final here would be Frogs, who received only one piece of new support here with Ronin Totem. But oh, what a piece of support it was! Able to revive itself from grave by banishing any frog in grave. This would be the piece to break Frogs out of just another engine and into the range of an FTK deck, as while it wouldn't immediately be recognized as such. Frog FTK would quickly become one of the most consistent FTKs in the entire game's history, which we'll cover soon enough. As for other cards here, the fill-outs didn't slouch either, bringing some absolutely stellar support for various strategies. Spore was a level 1 plant tuner that could revive itself once per duel by banishing another plant in grave, gaining its level in addition to its own. While not immediately impactful, Spore would move to be one of the premier tuners in the later stages of the 5Ds era alongside its sister card later this year. Watts were a new archetype of little monsters that primarily focused on control effects triggered by attacking, with our primary piece here being Watt Giraffe, which can attack directly and locks all opponents' effects for the rest of the turn after dealing battle damage. Kokimeru Sandman was another powerful rock piece for Kokimeru, being the same as Guardian before it, just for traps instead of monster effects. Testudo Erat Numen was an odd floodgate of a monster, locking summoning monsters with 1800 or more attacks, which for the time wouldn't be played but would eventually see experimentation in the far-off future. Battery Man Fuel Cell was yet another piece to try and bring Battery Man into the meta. Able to special summon itself if you control 2 Battery Men, able to tribute a Battery Man on field to bounce an opponent's card to hand. While it was interesting to give Battery Men another larger swarm body, Battery Men would still not be a viable strategy here. Herald of Perfection was a level 6 ritual monster that could, by discarding a fairy, negate and destroy anything that activates an effect,
dude, they should have
being
never
easily
made that.
the most powerful ritual monster made up until this point. But with the mechanics still being so clunky, it would only see minor success at this stage. Blackwings would receive an odd draw spell and cards for Black Feathers, which lets you banish a Blackwing in hand to draw 2, but lock special summoning for the turn, being a far worse version of Allure of Darkness for the strategy. Into the Void was technically meant as Infernity support, able to draw a card if you have 3 or more cards in hand and requiring to discard the hand at the end of the turn. But this would primarily go on to be simply more of an FTK and OTK draw power. Chaos Trap Hole was the new counter trap option to stop light and dark decks, able to pay 2000 life points to negate the summon of a light or dark monster and banish it. Lastly, Gen X would be a new archetype imported from the OCG, being centralized around Gen X Controller, with most pieces using Controller in some way to trigger their effects, such as Undying, able to send a water from deck to grave to add Controller from deck to hand, or Gen X Neutron, who searched a machine tuner from deck to hand at the end of the turn it's summoned. 4 days after this set release would be the true testing grounds for the new metagame, being the first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, or YCS, being Konami's replacement for the SJC circuit up until this point, also introducing 3 new prize cards.
I'm jealous of everyone who gets to say they won a Shonen Jump Championship Series, because we will never have that again. You know, we will never have that again. It's still possible to become a YCS champion. It's not possible anymore to become a Shonen Jump Championship champion.
At the same time, being Dark Lords Asmodeus, Superbia, and Eda Ere, adaptations of Professor Hibiki's cards from the GX manga. YCS Washington DC would be the break-in tournament, taking place on May 15th. And with it, we'd see massive shifts in the metagame.
It's crazy, honestly, that X-Saber and Infernity are not taking more of the pie here. People must have been ignorant to the power of these two. Like, or they were very expensive. They were both very expensive. Like X-Saber, like Emmer's Blade was a €60 card. Dark Soul was expensive. Maybe that was the reason.
The strategies from the previous set release.
5 days after
Taking
release,
a look into the newer decks present here, Herald would see a singular top here, primarily abusing draw power provided by Tethys, Goddess of Light, to continually draw fairies from your deck. X-Saber had a particularly powerful showing here thanks to the new swarming options the deck gained from Shining Darkness, especially since the deck could effectively hand rip the opponent and completely refuel thanks to
Why is there no Summoner Monk? Summoner Monk is not banned. No, is it? No, it's not. Was Monk ever banned? Monk was so good.
Dark Soul. Rescue Cat was once again pulling a lot of work here thanks to Dark Soul also being a beast, meaning Cat could now summon both Air Bellum and Dark Soul to synchro summon High Inlay and set up a Dark Soul trigger, being exceptionally powerful. Infernity was one of the more notable breakout successes here, able to effectively loop through as many resources as you need to end on an end board of Doom Dragon and a number of back row.
Okay, so 100 Eyes is out yet. Oh, they're still playing the Beetle version, right? It took a while. I remember now. It took a while for people to realize that there's a much better Infernity combo than going for Beetle, right? Infernity Beetle, level 2 tuner. If you have no cards in your hand, you contribute it to summon 2 more Beetles from deck. With Necromancer, Archfiend, and Beetle, you get level 9 synchros, right? Or level 5 or level 6. At some point down the line, people realized it's much better to set up Archfiend, Necromancer, Avenger, and make a 100 Eyes Dragon. Because what 100 Eyes Dragon does is it lets you banish a fiend from the grave to copy its effect. So what you do is, you Infernity Mirage, Infernity Mirage summons 2 Infernity from the grave. So what you do is you Mirage into Archfiend and Necromancer. Archfiend searches a barrier, and then you Necromancer back the Avenger and make all those into 100 Eyes and copy the Mirage from your grave and tribute the 100 Eyes to do the same thing over and over again until you run out of Mirages and launchers, right? And so you can essentially search 3 Infernity barriers in the same setup, right? And so, like, I guess this is why this only has 1 barrier. You know, it's more like setting up for a turn and then just kill the opponent. But that at some point, that was the superior Infernity version. Is just triple barrier, double Avenger, no Beetle at all because you don't need it, and then just combo that way.
Which would shift over the course of the format,
which is how it's being played in Tengu Plan format.
Peter Chang would take the day on Machina Gadget, notably playing Overdragon and Future Fusion line.
What does the red gadget add in this deck? A lot of potential targets for the red gadget in this deck. Anyways,
to dump copies of both Jinzo and Returner from the deck to set up massive 1-turn pushes. This would stand as the debut for the Nationals format as we entered the month of June, with only a couple more cards to be added into the format with the year starter deck 2 weeks later.
That's structure deck?
Starter deck Duelist Toolbox. Release date, June 1st, 2010. Set type, starter deck. Major strategies, Synchron, X-Saber. Impact, another quick draw target. Duelist Toolbox would be, for the most...
I don't want to get into it too much, but at the time, I believe he was known for using gadgets to add any card from their deck to their hand. Like if you have, let's say you have red and green gadget in your hand, like red searches green, I believe. No, green searches red. You go normal summon green, you add a card from your deck to your hand, you don't show it to your opponent, and then when your opponent is like, hey, what did you add? You're like, no, what do you mean? I have red gadget in hand. Here it is. That's what I added. And that's what it was that's what supposedly happened. I don't know.
Part, a standard yearly starter deck, bringing a couple of new cards to play with in the meta. The primary new addition here would be Junk Destroyer, a level 8 synchro requiring Junk Synchron that can destroy cards on the field up to the number of non-tuners used to summon him, being an excellent new target for Quick Draw Synchron, giving him now a viable level 6, 7, and 8 target to summon. X-Saber Wayne would also be released here, being a level 5 synchro that summons a level 4 or lower warrior from hand on summon, being a decent inclusion for X-Sabers in the format. Lastly was Synchron Explorer, who revives a Synchron on normal summon, being a tech choice for the quick draw decks in the format. As for reprints, the deck included copies of Junk Synchron, Quick Draw Synchron, Giant Trunade, Card Destruction, Rhoda, Econ, and Urbellum, being a small burst, but above average for the...
Most of this didn't really matter because it was just Infernity and X-Saber all the way.
Standard starter deck reprints. YCS Chicago would take place almost 3 weeks later on June 19th, and X-Saber would move into an absolutely dominant position from this tournament, although it would be also the first appearance of the true problem deck of the format. That deck was Frog FTK, which would...
Oh my god, this deck, dude, this deck is so goddamn insane, man. It's so insane. It's so strong, man.
Only grab a top 32 spot here, but would grow into an absolute menace. The basic idea is to get Subsitoad and any other monster onto the board with Mass Driver, able to tribute off other monsters repeatedly with Subsitoad to summon every frog out of your deck, with Swap Frog also being able to dump the Ronintoadins and Fishborg Blaster this way. From there, you continuously summon back either Ronintoadin or Fishborg Blaster by banishing frogs in grave and discarding the other cards in your hand to tribute off with Mass Driver, which will burn the opponent to death after 20 tributes. This particular strategy was deceivingly consistent, as the only non-searchable piece in the entire deck was Mass Driver, which became simple to access when you're milling 70% of your deck before beginning to draw.
I remember this is one of my earliest big L's in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because at the time I found out about this deck and I tried it and I didn't like it because my perception of the deck was that you needed to actually draw the Mass Driver. That's what I thought. Is you need to draw the Mass Driver, which is just straight up not freaking true. Who in here knew that the Frog FTK to FTK with Mass Driver didn't actually need to draw the freaking Mass Driver? I didn't know that at the time. I found that out like years later. Years later, I found out that you didn't actually need to draw the freaking Mass Driver, and that's why there was even versions that played less than 3 Mass Drivers. Which is freaking insane. The reason why, by the way, okay, so the reason the FTK, so I saw the FTK and I was like, okay, well, noted, you just open Subsitoad with another extender and Mass Driver, and then you FTK, right? The reason why it's so busted is because if you have the Subsitoad lock, if you have the Subsitoad combo, if you have anything that gives you Subsitoad, what you can do is you can empty your entire deck, you get all the frogs out, but you don't just go Subsitoad, tribute, frog over and over and over and over again. What you do is you summon a Ronin, you summon a Swap Frog, send a Ronin to the grave, right? Then you tribute that Swap Frog, go through a bunch of your other frogs, then you bring back the Ronintoadin, and then you tribute the Ronintoadin for the Subsitoad to summon a Poison Draw Frog, and then you bring back the Ronintoadin again, tribute the Ronintoadin for a Swap Frog, and Swap Frog, everyone who ever misclicked in Master Duel knows this, can send from your field to the graveyard as well. And Poison Draw Frog, if it's sent from the field to the graveyard, draws a card, which is normally not relevant, but it's because it misses timing and all that shit, but it draws a card, right? So what you do is, as long as you have the Subsitoad combo, is you empty your entire deck and you draw cards with Poison Draw Frog, and the only cards left in your deck are Mass Driver and draw cards. Pretty much, right? There's one giant Trunade that doesn't let you extend, and there's like salvage, but everything else it's pretty much guaranteed, right? It's pretty much guaranteed that you draw into the Mass Driver by doing this, because you can draw multiple cards with the Poison Draw Frogs if you have the Subsitoad combo. So it was not an issue of consistency, like, oh, I need to find my Mass Driver. No, if you have combo, you're gonna find your Mass Driver, right? Salvage lets you keep doing Poison Draw, right? Salvage also lets you keep going. So Salvage necessarily doesn't... The only card that you can draw that isn't Mass Driver and doesn't let you draw more cards is Trunade, Heavy Storm, and maybe 1-for-1, depending on where you're at in the combo. Everything else just lets you draw the Mass Driver anyways, right? And so it was pretty much a guaranteed FTK, which is also why, by the way, most people, I believe, play a little bit over 20 frogs back then. Like, maybe this first version didn't, but at some point down the line, people played like slightly more than 20 frogs, just in case you needed a couple extra banishes to draw with Poison Draw Frog, right? Just in case you played like 22, 23 frogs. Because this is 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 15. This is exactly 20. This is exactly 20. But at some point down the line, people started playing like some more, like a random unifrog in there and something like that, you know?
While it was not successful in going far here, the idea had been successfully planted into the minds of the player base.
And it's interesting because at the time, it wasn't something that like, oh, after this YCS, they made a YouTube video explaining the combo. It was something that like everyone needed to figure out by themselves, right? Everyone needed to figure this out by themselves. And I didn't. I didn't do it. I didn't figure it out. I thought the deck was bad. I thought the deck was Keck W bad because I played it at locals once and I didn't open Match Driver a bunch of games. And I was like, how the hell do I win? Right? How the hell do I win? I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go back to my X-Saber deck.
Unfortunately, it would only fester from here. Omar Belden would win the event with Infernity, trimming the monster count down to 14 to prevent drawing too many early, in addition to upping the count of Infernity barrier to 3, recognizing the power of 3 barrier on turn 1.
Bro,
the format was rapidly approaching the national season, with only one set release between here and there, and the next set wouldn't bring any new cards, so the format was clear to develop into its final form in the coming months.
It's fine.
Gold Series 3. Release date, June 23rd, 2010. Set type, reprint set. Major strategies, staples of the previous year's meta. Impact, lowering the price ceiling substantially. Gold Series 3, being the third pass at the yearly reprint set series, would follow in the footsteps of the previous year by reprinting various power cards from the previous year, being the first Gold Series to also include Synchro Monsters. Reprints this year would include Destiny Hero Malicious, Nova Summoner, Goblin Zombie, Elemental Hero Prisma, Dimensional Alchemist, Judgment Dragon, Mizuki, Plague Spreader Zombie, Thunder King Ryo, Blackwing Gale,
Gold Rare was always cringe? That's not true, man. Especially the first 2 Gold Series are iconic, man. Gold Rare Crush Card, Gold Rare Sarcophagus? Nah. Those are sick.
Sirocco, Blizzard, Shura, Kalut, Armor Master, Armed Wing, Black Whirlwind, Infernity Archfiend, Stardust Dragon, MST,
those were our
Smashing
Megatons,
Ground,
by the way,
Enemy
back
Controller,
in the day.
Destiny Draw,
Gold Series was our
Attack.
Megaton.
With this set being the first Gold Series to not reprint a previous SJC prize card. The national season would begin with the South American World Championship Qualifier, or WCQ as we will refer to it going forward, taking place on June 26th, and the results from this event would show clearly that the genie was out of the bottle in the case of Frog FTK, taking 3 top spots and winning the event piloted by Juan Pablo. Aside from this...
Wait, let me see that.
Taking 3 top...
This is... Okay, I think this is what I'm talking about. 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 17, 22. This plays more frogs. Yeah, because it okay, Death Frog is funny. Death Frog is funny because Death Frog... the reason why they played Death Frog is for some synchroing with Fishborg Blaster, which Fishborg Blaster isn't in this deck. Most people, they sided it, I believe. I think they sided it.
Spots and winning the event piloted by Juan Pablo. Aside from this, the meta actually stood rather balanced, with a fair showing out of Infernity, X-Saber, Gladiator Beast, and Blackwings, and a couple of other one-off decks. The US WCQ would follow 2 weeks later on July 10th, and X-Saber would have an absolutely dominating performance here, taking over half the top 32 and the first place slot piloted.
All of these names ring a bell. Even though most of them or a lot of them don't play anymore, back in the day, the way I followed the game, every single one of these names I'm familiar with.
By Sean Matog. Aside from the dominance of X-Saber, the meta once again stood diverse with 11 other decks in the top 32. The Canadian WCQ took place the same day, and we'd see a similar spread to the US WCQ, although interestingly, not a single...
By the way, whenever it's an old school Canadian event, there's like a 90% chance that the winner was a Bolito.
X-Saber list would clear past the top 16, with all 5 falling out prior to top 8. We would only see one additional deck here that we haven't seen before in the top cut, being Diva Hero, which operated similarly to the previous Diva Zombie, subbing out the zombie engines with a small core of heroes, with Stratus, 2 Malicious, and a new inclusion of Infernal Prodigy,
100%.
who can special summon itself to either provide synchro material with Diva or tribute fodder for Caius. This deck primarily came about thanks to the release of Absolute Zero, who could be summoned using Diva and any of the previously mentioned hero pieces, providing an incredibly powerful burst of power out of nowhere. Aaron Noel would take the event with Infernity, playing the standardized variant at this stage with triple barrier for the most powerful turn 1 setup
He's one of the 10%.
The EU Championship would take place a week later, and we'd see similar results to the other WCQ events in the same period.
Wait, who won Euros 2010? Oh, Rodrigo. Against Stefan
Anti-meta stun would be the only unusual deck in the top cut here, using various stun monsters to control the game like King Tiger Wanghu, Doom Caliber Knight, and Falsodyna Pachycephalo. Rodrigo Tagores would take the event, claiming a second major event victory using Frog FTK, with the deck becoming more and more streamlined by the day.
So this is what I'm talking about. This is when they figured out you don't actually need to draw Mass Driver. You don't need to draw Mass Driver, and this version, this is the version that is guaranteed to win, to get to Mass Driver if you have the combo, because it only plays draw cards, Mass Driver, and like the only dead draw you can find with Swap Frog, with Poison Draw is the one Trunade, but you can draw multiple cards with the Poison Draw Frog.
Playing a single card now that is not either part of the FTK engine or a draw.
Rodrigo being a European champion, by the way, and in general, it's just like, it's a crazy timeline, because in case anyone doesn't know, Rodrigo is a freaking magician, a card magician at that, which is actually a hilarious timeline. It's hilarious for someone like that to be a professional Yu-Gi-Oh player or a top Yu-Gi-Oh player. It's until this day, no one knows, you know, how the hell that timeline came about.
Tool. This would mark the end of the national season.
He was good though, right? He was good though. I'm not saying anything happened because no one actually knows that. He was never found doing anything, you know, like no one ever, you know, I don't know, but he was good at the game. He was good at the game, but he was also a freaking card magician, and a good magician at that. A good magician. I've seen him do card tricks with other, like, you know, playing cards, not Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but I've seen him do tricks. He was a very good card magician.
Saber being positioned as the top deck in terms of representation, but not in terms of event victories, leaving the format up in the air as the next set would attempt to shake up the volatile meta.
Didn't he get caught cheating in Magic? I don't know anything about that. I don't want to speculate about any of that. I'm just giving you the facts. I know he played Yu-Gi-Oh, and I know he was a card magician. I don't know anything else. I literally don't. So it's just fun. At this point, it's just funny to me.
Arsenal 2. Release date July 20th, 2010. Set type deck building set. Major strategies dual terminal wave 2. Impact control powerhouses for future scenarios. Hidden Arsenal 2 was the official release of the second wave of the dual terminal cards, which have had their dual terminal distribution at this stage, but this would mark the official release and legalization of these cards. The set's primary goal was to build out the lore of the dual terminal series by both supporting the previously released archetypes and establishing new ones. Support would be doled out here for Ally of Justice and Worm, with neither having any impact on the meta at large. Ice Barrier would receive Duloran, a level 6 waterlocked synchro that could bounce any number of face-up cards you control to hand.
I will say, we often talk about like how many sets come out these days. Looking back at these, still, there's a lot of stuff happening in just a single year of Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, so many different things I remember, so many things to look back. I feel like release schedules may have always been kind of what they are today. Like, it's always been like super eventful and so on and so forth. I don't know.
Boosts its attack by 500 once per turn, being a soft once per turn on release.
Duloran has done something that is incredible, which is being the only cringe Ice Barrier synchro, which is crazy. It's a crazy achievement for Duloran. It's the only cringe Ice Barrier synchro, because it's like this one was the only one that was primarily used to like loop cards and abuse certain interactions, you know.
While Duloran would not see nearly the widespread play that Bryonic had saw before it thanks to the waterlock, it would be used in the future as an OTK enabler thanks to the targeted self-bounce on a soft once per turn.
Powerful,
Miss Valley would receive a couple of new power cards here in Falcon, a 2000 attack level 4 that could attack by bouncing a card you control to hand, and Apex Avian, the boss monster of Miss Valley.
Miss Valley Falcon
able to bounce a Miss Valley from field to hand to negate any card or effect once per chain. Both of these would find their place in various decks, with Falcon finding a home in stun decks and Avian finding a home in later formats as a major boss for certain decks to take advantage of, thanks to it being able to bounce.
The rarity collections are up. We spent too much time. We're going to finish watching it, though. It's going to be a long stream today. Don't worry. It's going to be a long stream. We're going to finish watching it. but I want to see the rarity collections. Hold up. Okay, we'll finish watching in a second. All right, rarity collection.
Hey guys, this is Tom Box.
And Nishi, what is up, guys?
Okay, you've seen the thumb. Alright.
They look so fancy.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm gonna dig them all out. Oh, this one left behind. So, 5 cards per pack. The pack structure is gonna go like this. There's gonna be 2 supers, 2 ultra.
Okay, remind me real quick before we do this. What was this again? You have 5 cards per pack. What is the rarity distribution? What's going on? You get like 1 holo that has a chance to upgrade or something like that?
And then there is the 1 secret rare. However, there are luxury rares, which can replace the ultra rares or the secret, and the chances for the secret being replaced
I
is
always
1
say
with a
shit
platinum
before they
secret
say
or a QCR, quarter century secret rare. Or there is also the ultra rares. They can get replaced 1 in 6 chance with the Japan style ultimate rares or collector rare. All right, that's my explanation, so here we go.
All right, so that's the crux of it. Just so that you guys know though, you could theoretically have both ultras and the secret replaced, so you could get like 3 luxury rares in one pack. Dark Ruler right off the bat. Oh! First pack.
Okay, I feel like we don't have to like go crazy about every card because I feel like almost every pack is gonna have something of that nature.
Okay, we have ourselves a quarter century secret right away.
Wow,
that is just quarter century. We knew that rarity. We knew that rarity.
Lancia,
regular ultra.
Ice barrier, of course.
Show me some new rarities.
These are strong cards.
That's a great first pack.
So this is my ultra. These are the 2 ultras. This was supposed to be my secret, and these are my 2 supers. I'm gonna.
Okay, I see.
Like that. Oh. First pack magic. Okay, we have Jackalope. Nice, solid card.
Oh, another one.
I am hitting all of them.
You are.
There's a Pelia. Oh, this
is not that crazy.
Beautiful. This is
but
perfect.
That looks nice, by the way.
For anyone playing the Chimera decks.
Zeta, thank you for the prime.
What is this?
You know, I was just talking how I was missing one. Prosperity. Oh, nice.
Did we know about Prosperity reprint? We probably did, right? We probably knew about Prosperity reprint. Yeah, okay. Wait,
nice.
Oh, and one other thing. Am I misremembering, or is every card in here in every rarity? Like, is everything in here as super, ultra, and all the upgrades? Correct? Okay. So Prosperity is also a super rare.
You know what? Those are great cards. Oh, and just so that you guys know also, if we haven't mentioned it already, any card in the set can come in any rarity.
Yes, that's right. All rarity, all the time.
Yep. Stop doing that!
Okay, we have Red Aspire Metal. This is a super Fallen of Albaz, secret rare. Jackalope. Oh, we've already seen the super.
We've seen the ultra now.
Magician Salvation, and the super rare is Ghost Spell. Wow, that's a great super rare. Oh,
like we didn't hit a luxury.
Stop saying pre-watch. It just came out. It just came out.
This is. I feel so good opening these packs right now.
This is just how I do.
Okay. Lightning Storm. Oh. This is a collector rare.
Okay, that's a collector's rare.
Pre-preparational rites. As you can see, there's dots. This is a Japan style collector rare.
That looks really good.
It almost feels alti a little bit, you know. Kind
of. Ooh, those look nice.
In that direction.
I didn't even really.
This is so good. I gotta speed this up, guys. I have to speed this up. I would slow down. You know, this is probably a product that I would slow down just to enjoy it a little bit more. I would slow down just to enjoy it a little bit more, but you got. Oh, this is alt art Nightmare Unicorn.
Ooh, that's gonna look nice. Oh, that might be the nicest unicorn out there. Finally, we can get this one in non-gold rare. Ooh, that's gonna be nice.
That's a beautiful card. Oh, Eldritch, nice.
Oh, nice. Oh, this is alt art.
Same for the Cringe Lord.
Before we only had the one from Maximum Gold.
But this is alt art in secret rare.
Yes.
Oh, I love this.
That's beautiful.
Oh. Speaking of which.
Troll Despair pack. Actual Troll Despair pack.
Oh, nice.
And it's a super Nibiru. Okay, no, hands down. I'm calling it now. This is probably one of the best I've ever opened. What? Okay, see, even a super rare.
Oh, this is Ash. It's Ash. Why are we screaming at Ash?
Super rare. Even a super rare can make you feel excited.
Dark Law! Oh my. And a
Featherstorm?
What is that pack?
I don't know. This is gonna be so hard. This pack battle is gonna be insane. Okay, Tribrigade Revolt. Alpha. Nice. That's nice. Let me just put this down here.
Oh, that's the ulti.
This is the Japan style ultimate rare.
That looks so.
Do I like this or not? Cause it's like I don't. it's like, I don't like how off the coloring is. Know what I mean? I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Maybe if I pull one myself and then see it, it's gonna look nicer. But I don't like how deteriorated the color is from a regular effects monster.
Boss. That's really...
But it does... the texture on it looks nice. The texture on it looks nice. Yeah.
Crazy. Oh, I love it. I wish I could get Ash in this.
Holy...
Oh! A double ultimate hit.
Wait, what?
Lone Fire Blossom.
This...
What
the Lone Fire looks pretty crisp. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That was great.
Holy...
Okay, you know what?
Yeah, when it's like, when it's in like different, depends on the lighting angle. They could be pretty sick. They could be pretty nice. Okay, so what are the new rarities for us? Is it just the Japanese style collector's rare and this one? Is this the only 2 new rarities? Is that, have we seen all the new stuff now? Okay.
It's insane. This is insane.
This is insane. Oh my god.
Okay, let's see what else.
Platinum Secret?
That's 1 in 6, 1 in 6.
Yeah.
That was Sphere Mode. Oh, perfect for people that need it in their side deck.
Secret Ash!
Iris.
I love how they recoil like crazy on an Ash box.
It's just pull Iris.
Yes.
Yeah,
Wait, nice.
Luna.
Oh, Luna's in here. Cool.
Okay.
Breathe.
Breathe.
We need a second.
Breathe. All right. Magical Ice Fusion. Okay, this is secret rare. Secret rare reasoning.
Oh no. Is that?
Is this This is platinum secret? No, this is regular secret.
Oh, this does not look like regular secret. Is this what you're talking about?
Is all the secrets? No, this is different. The frames. This might be.
this might be the
yeah. This looks different. This has like
This might be platinum secret. Very different. Cool. Did not expect that. Power Desires.
Nice.
I see some other shines already. Chaos Space. Collector rare.
Let's collector rare. Yeah.
Collector's rare Chaos Space that already
and
exists.
Super Lightning Storm.
Every pack has been a hit.
Okay.
There hasn't been a miss.
Yeah.
Bro, it's the rarity collection. If there's only good cards in it.
There's been 0 misses. I think that's what. I think this is the.
That's what we're going for.
Z
barrier. Clean.
Of course.
Pre-prep.
Lava Golem. These cards are all very, very useful.
These are so good.
That's the point of the set.
Okay. Compulse.
Oh, Compulse. Nice. Abyss Dragon.
There's a Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon. Time to redoer.
Oh, is that an ulti Nadir Servant?
That is an ulti Nadir Servant.
Oh my gosh.
That is so good. Okay. I think we're just halfway through. Yeah, it's only halfway. All right, Numeron Dragon. Okay, that's nice. I think I can return yours.
Oh, see, this is this in a nice rarity.
Secret Rare Nightmare Unicorn.
That's amazing.
That's probably
so
the best
nice.
unicorn.
Oh, ultimate rare.
Oh my god, stop doing that, please. Please, this is the 10th. This is the 10th of these cards that you've pulled. The 10th.
Full Tactics Tower. I think we're gonna be screaming into this mic all day.
I don't think I've stopped screaming since we started this video. And an Ultra Ash.
Can you imagine opening a pack like this? Because I can. We just did, Tom. So good. Oh man,
what is going on?
Sick,
this is so good. This is so good. Okay,
John Slime. Nice.
Ferris.
Cool.
Perfect for the hero players. Fossil Dig. Fallen of Albaz. Evenly matched.
Wow. No luxury rare, but that was still great.
No, I think I'm pretty sure everything's gonna feel really good. Reinforcement of the army. Galaxy Eyes Full Armor Full Time Dragon. Small World. Mud Dragon the Swamp. And Summon Limit. Alright, still very solid cards. Junk Speeder. Forbidden Droplet. Okay. I don't even know how to put everything's so shiny. Call by the Grave.
Wow.
Okay. Dark Ruler. We're breaking boards. And Kotak.
This set, by the way, is not gonna be nice for my wallet. I'm gonna be angry at this set.
Inverted.
Dang.
So good.
Holy.
Reasoning. Okay. Angel Ben 10. Okay. Yeah, I love my Drytrons. Striker Dragon. Dimensional Barrier.
Okay.
Artifact Lancia. This feels still really good. Everything so far has felt really, really good.
Every single pack is just crazy.
They're all bangers here. We've got. Ooh. This is Platinum Secret. This is Platinum Secret.
Jackalope.
So what do you guys think about this Platinum Secret?
I honestly, I prefer regular secret.
I'll say it. Do you like this version or do you like the I
prefer regular secret.
Entis.
Nice.
Ooh, Celine. And Downer Edition. Perfect.
Holy.
I do like it. Now there is. I kind of want to go back to the Jackalope here. Notice that the text is in like a shattered glass kind of. Just to point that out. Junk Speeder.
Oh, Secret. That looks so beautiful. That's so nice.
Oh, so good. Oh yeah, Baron de Fleurs in here. Magician. Oh, the Yusu.
Wow.
Definitely one of the favorites for the ranked gates. Lightning Storm. You know,
all I'm thinking right now is how pog this set is for the general player base. Like how good this is going to be for the single prices of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. No matter which of these rarities is your freaking favorite, there's just like no way that all of these cards are going to be expensive, right? It's just good. It's just so big for the price of playing Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Especially because it has all of those things that people were worried about, like from the last couple of years, like the Prosperity, the Baron, all that kind of stuff, all the staples. The only card that I can think of right now that's like really expensive right now, outside of like Age of Overlord, is like Thrust. Thrust is not in here, right? But like almost anything else is in here, right? Almost anything else is in here. And it's just phenomenal. It's just phenomenal.
Finishing off with the lightning switch still feels really nice. Lava Golem, solid card.
Dimension Shifter.
All right, secret rare. Oh! Collector rare, Forbidden Droplet.
That's insane.
That is insane.
I'll have to see these in person to decide what my favorite is. I will say one thing. I don't think any of these rarities beats our ultimate rare. Because I have ulti droplets. I don't think I want to replace them at all. I don't think I think I'm happy with my droplets. I don't think they are better than ultis. But they are nice still.
That's so nice.
So nice. Okay, moving on to the next one. I don't know how about you, but I feel so good right now. Okay, Afterglow Dragon.
Another
D-shifter. Back to back. Egyptian God Slime.
Okay.
Copium for wallet. Actually, not copium for wallet, because if I wanted to replace my droplets, I would get money, because the ulti droplets are going to be worth more than whatever droplets are in there. So if I sold my ulti droplets and got those, if I thought they looked nicer, I would even make money from that decision. So it's not copium for wallet.
Ultra rare. And we have Phytoplanet Dracosepelia. Still a wonderful card. I use that all the time. Perfect super poly target for you. Or option, not exactly a target. Pot of Extravagance, okay. I think that's my first Extravagance. Oh, extra secret rare. This is Platinum secret rare.
Target Revolt.
This is Numeron Dragon. Oh, Ghost Bell.
Nice.
Eldritch Golden Lord. Oh man, these are all so good. Forbidden
Droplet.
You know, when you see this, you're like, this is a fantastic card. And then we get
Nibiru's in here.
Go right after. Spellbook of Judgment.
Okay.
Okay. Pot of Extravagance.
Nice.
Prep rights.
Right, you got 2 packs left.
Can I hit like a luxury rare Ash Blossom?
True, that would be beautiful.
Ecclesia.
Oh.
Okay. Red Aspire Metal Dragon. Afterglow. Nightmare Unicorn. Oh,
I mean, it does feel like it's just a blast to open, because they are right. Even though they are overreacting, every single pack has good and useful cards, which is just something that we're not used to, right? We knew it was coming. The set was announced, but it still feels very odd to watch someone open something where like almost every pack has like banger cards in it. It's funny because if you think about it, like all of those cards that they pulled, or like most of the cards that they pulled, they're not going to be that crazy expensive. Like I think the value in this set is going to be very spread out, because like every pack is just going to have some, like every of these cards is probably going to be like $5 to $10 or whatever, right? Or whatever it is. Like especially the fancy rarities can probably hit a little bit higher on some of the popular cards. But for the most part, like a freaking super rare Prosperity or something like that is not going to be crazy, right?
No art.
But it still is.
I don't know if I can handle any more excitement.
Very interesting to see them open a pack like this, where like everything kind of has like special and useful cards in it.
Impermanence. Oh wow! Another collector rare, Black Wings and Moon, the Poison Wind, an Ancient Fairy Dragon.
Oh my gosh,
this is fantastic. All right,
that's like the best box we've ever.
How many Prosperities have we seen?
So.
One, but like the set is really big.
With your own ready collection box.
Let's go.
All right, it's your turn.
Holy,
are you excited?
I'm
excited for you. Okay?
I think I'm shaking.
I'm excited for you. I'm super excited.
Okay.
Can I open for you? That's how excited I am. We're breaking the rules.
I feel like a kid opening Christmas presents.
Yeah.
Like
holiday gifts are a thing, and these packs, November 3rd, November 1st.
Yes. All right.
Start with talents. All right.
Okay, just
you gotta hold your excitement. Shifter. Very powerful.
Eldritch. Nice. Ferris. And a full armor. Okay, so no luxury rare in the first pack.
But there was a talent.
I
think at the end of each pack we can be like, but there was this.
Yes. Magical Ice Fusion.
Okay, we have something here. Afterglow.
Antis.
I think winning this pack battle right now. Ghost Bell, not bad.
How do you manage to pull such? This was actually a cringe pack. That was impressive.
This pack was like, yeah, was there an Eldritch in there?
There's a Ghost Bell.
There's a Ghost Bell.
There's an Antis.
There's lots of things that everyone can be after. Sphere mode. Oh, I saw the shine.
I saw something.
Shine.
Okay, what is it?
Is it for me?
Called by the Grave. Oh, quarter century Called by the Grave. Wow.
We haven't seen a single called by so far. I didn't even know that was in there. But okay, there we go.
I like this.
That's so nice.
You're doing justice with it.
That's amazing.
You're doing justice with it right now. That's right. Okay,
there we go.
Bathed in that moment.
Oh, Numeron Dragon. Pot of Extravagance. Spellbook of Judgment. Okay.
And in this pack, I'll be like, well, at least there was a call button.
We had one. Okay, I missed it then.
Okay.
Angel Bishop.
Nice. Split down.
Sleep.
Oh, there's something in the back.
Oh, you did you? Okay.
Flare Metal. I think I see something.
You see something?
Oh, the Lone Fire
Collector
Blossom
rare,
Collector.
Lone Fire.
That looks so pretty. I love this.
Let us know down in the comment section whether or not you like these rarities.
Yes. I think I like.
The more I'm seeing them, the more I like this one. I think this one's nice. The rarity.
And an Nibiru. Just casually at the end there.
The Japanese ultimates. I think it's nice.
I don't know. I'm speechless.
I'm actually kind of shook. Egyptian God Slime.
I think it's nice.
Ice Barrier. Iris Sword. Nice. Another Lone Fire.
Evenly. At least there was evenly. Okay. I think this is like probably a set I would probably go to my local OTS and just casually just randomly buy.
Oh yes. Oh definitely.
If I get, if they're available. Make sure you guys go get them.
Pot of Extravagance.
Lava
Secret
Gold.
Lava Gold. That looks cool. I like that. Oh, pre-preparation of rights.
Ultimate
Rare. Nice. You can see like the
very shiny. It's super shiny.
Fallen Valdez.
I've been summoning that card a lot lately.
You have. Not against me.
Not against you, but I've been doing it to a lot of my opponents. That's for sure.
Ooh. Super Nightmare Unicorn. I love the Nightmare Unicorn alternate art.
Yeah, this one I think is probably my preferred art as well.
Oh, Platinum Tour Guide.
Platinum Tour Guide.
Oh,
Tour Guide.
Really cool. I love that.
Oh, you play on chain.
I do play on chain.
You do play on chain. You can place it.
Pre-preparation. Oh, I'll teach her BD2. Double hit.
Double hit for you.
Wow.
They're really pretty.
That's so cool.
I'm glad we took the time to get the ankle set up.
Yes.
I think they're nice.
Yeah,
I think that's my favorite one. I think the ultis are my favorite.
Tour Guide was
Striker Dragon.
Striker. Jump Speeder.
Okay.
Abyss Dragon.
Magical Salvation.
That Cherubini went kind of hard.
Oh, Baron!
Super Baron Flare.
That just looks so strange, but...
I mean, I'll take it off your hands.
Secret
For a second, I thought it was
Rhoda!
the Platinum Secret.
Oh, Inspector Border! Collector Rare.
You're inspecting some border for sure.
I am.
Did you get a double hit pack though? I know how I had that one pack with a double hit.
True. I already had a double. Oh, it's a Talents though.
There's a Talents.
That is...
And another fantastic card.
Great card.
You know what? If you're planning to get into Yu-Gi-Oh, this is the time to do it. Hands down. Hands down, this is the set.
Compulse.
Secret Compulse. Very beautiful.
They are right about that.
You got a hit here? No. Chaos Space?
No,
luxury hit, but still, I would say they're all hits.
I think the whole pack is a hit.
I wonder how the prices are gonna pan out for these cards, but I can't imagine. I can't imagine a world where this doesn't massively decrease the barrier of entry for Yu-Gi-Oh, which is phenomenal.
Oh, Celine! Quarter Century Celine. Wow.
Okay.
I mean, that looks nice.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Crazy.
Is there more?
Prosperity.
That's really good.
There's the second prosperity from the opening. So far we've had one prosperity from each box.
Great.
So like not too bad.
Oh, super Eldritch alternate art.
Yep.
I kind of like this because you can see the picture really clearly.
Oh yeah.
Cherubini.
Secret. Shelter's Judgment.
Even if I feel like we've seen more of the other cards than Prosp, maybe. I don't want to say it's a very small sample size, but
all right. Oh, that's only halfway through.
I don't know if I can take it.
I don't. I don't know. Dark Luna more. Tour Guide. Oh,
Secret.
This is just a regular Secret Rare.
Regular Secret Rare. That's good. You can replace your whole set with Secret Rares.
Small World. Avermax. Nice.
Oh, I don't think I even pulled a single one. Or maybe I did.
Maybe.
Halfway through. Got something?
Jackalope.
You probably got something instead. Simoon?
Ecclesia. No, Reasoning.
And I need my eyes checked.
Oh, and a Savage Dragon as a super.
Alright.
Wow. That's insane.
This is so crazy. Super
Just every single pack Fallen Valdez. Secret Ghost Bell. Still a great card. Iris Sword Soul.
Coach Inverted and Bottom Prosperity.
Boss.
Is that two prosperity?
You have two.
One ultra, one secret, I think, yeah.
Hey, maybe you're gonna get a luxury rare version.
Compulse. Right here. Oh! Platinum Secret Rare Sphere mode. That's still cool. I'll take that.
That's really nice.
That's really cool.
So now when you drop it onto your opponent's side of the field, they're gonna be like, I can't see!
They're gonna be blinded by the shine.
Yeah.
Afterglow Dragon?
Very nice. Very nice pack.
Oh, okay.
Mud Dragon of the Swamp.
That's a super rare.
One of my personal favorite super poly options.
D-Barrier.
Dimensional Barrier. Borderless Savage.
Another Savage Dragon.
Ultra Rare.
Compulse.
Still a good pack.
One more prosperity.
Still a good pack. Every pack has been really...
Yeah.
This doesn't feel short printed, just one out of 79. Yeah, the set is relatively big. You get 5 cards per pack.
Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon.
Luxury Rare?
Oh, I think
who
there's one
knows?
behind there.
Maybe. Luxury Rare? Yeah, you got something. Spell.
Oh, Pot of Desires.
Beautiful.
I thought it was Pot of
That still
Prosperity.
looks nice.
But Desires...
I'll take that.
Really
I will take that.
It's really good.
You know what I just noticed? Is this RA01?
Yes.
Does that mean it's Rarity Collection 1 and there's going to be a 2?
Oh! Now you're thinking.
Now we're trying to get...
I mean,
super
look,
guide.
I cannot imagine this set failing. There's like no way. The reception for this set has to be insane. It has to be insane. There's no way. I'm seeing it right now. There is no shot that this set is not like the best set of the year for the player base and for the for Konami as well, like selling wise, right? No shot. It's literally not possible. This might be the best set they've ever made. And maybe, just maybe, that shows them that freaking in order for a set to sell well, it does not have to have the good cards at extremely rare rarities and short print like crazy and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, just maybe, hopefully, they will learn something from this. And that is that you can have good sets with fair distributions where everyone is just happy with it, right? You know? Yo, back, thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate that.
You got something.
Oh, Artemis.
Artemis.
Wow, I pulled Artemis and Celine.
Yeah, they really had to go up there.
That's, yeah. D-Shifter. And a Celine, just a reminder. Iris Sourcel. Holy.
Okay. Oh,
Jump Speeder.
Let's go.
Baron, that's a secret!
You pulled 2 Barons.
I think I did.
Two Baron to play.
Oh, and there's one more hit back here. Nibiru, that's an ultimate rare! Holy.
Wow.
Wow, look at that.
That shine is crazy. Beautiful.
So cool.
That's beautiful.
That's amazing.
That's a hit.
Holy, okay, I don't know if I can take any more of this.
Sure,
is that another hit?
Maybe.
That's another
I don't think you've seen all of yours yet.
Simoon?
That's a secret.
Collector's rare.
It looks so fun to
Flare
open, man.
That's
It
not
looks so fun to open, unironically.
Yeah.
Even though I always advise to buy singles over things. It looks very exciting to open. I'll say it.
I think that's what most OTRs.
I'll say it. It's probably still smarter to buy. It's probably still smarter to buy singles, but dude, it looks fun to open.
I think most OTS stores are gonna have that same reaction.
Oh, probably.
People opening in the store, they're gonna be just screaming like, I can see people just gathering around as people
Just to watch this.
Just to watch you open.
Yes.
I can see it right now.
Holy.
And that's pretty uncommon too.
Yeah. Okay, Small World.
Do you have another hit? Luxury rare. Let's go.
Oh, I did it for Max.
That's a nice one. I like that. I actually do like the Shattered Glass.
Yeah.
Personally, I do like the Shattered Glass.
Yeah.
I like how different it is.
Yes.
So the framing of this is also completely like.
It's really unique.
I actually do like it. I actually like just one colored kind of foiling, and that's hit it for me.
Fair enough. All right, last pack here.
I don't like the glitter style foil though. Like on text. That's just my.
This has to plummet staple value, no? But like, I mean, that's how it should be, right? Staples shouldn't be freaking $50 or whatever. I think what it could do is it could maybe drop the prices of something like OTS ultis, potentially, which could happen. But I mean, if that's the only quote-unquote negative outcome of this, it's like, whatever, like, we'll take it. The exchange for all the positives, man.
Reasoning.
Can we get one more here?
No, but that's still pretty good. It's not a luxury rare, but that's.
Oh, you do. Oh, I get alpha.
You are just hitting it left and right.
Holy.
Is there more? Double?
Schism and a unicorn.
Double
2 unicorns in one
unicorn.
pack. Yeah.
Oh, I had the double Eldritch.
True.
Very similar.
Holy.
Wow.
But that was just.
That's incredible.
I mean, look at what you get from one box, man. This is one box. It's so crazy. Tommy, whoa, thank you for the full year. Appreciate that. Welcome back to month number 12. Thank you. I mean, it looks very nice. It looks very nice. The cool thing is actually that it's not like a new set where we have to go and watch more videos now. We don't, because we just know, we understand the concept of the thing. The funny thing is here that there's nothing in here. Nothing is in here that we didn't know about. We didn't need to watch this opening to find out what's in here. We knew that already, but there's like a difference between seeing the announcement of this set and everyone was kind of like, I feel like we all had trust issues of like, is it actually happening? Are we actually getting such a good set? Like, is it actually real? You know, I feel like everyone was expecting to be debated anyways, you know, and for some reason they didn't expect it to be this good. Like it sounded too good to be true. So we needed to watch this to check in to see if it was actually happening. And seeing it in front of my own eyes that it is actually happening is crazy. It is crazy. No, very cool. Very, very cool. Okay. Chat, let's finish watching the 2010 Yu-Gi-Oh recap so I can get off because I have plans for the rest of the day and we've been doing way too long today.
Itself to negate cards. Flamvel would receive Baby, whose effect is completely irrelevant to its usage, simply being a level 1 tuner summonable by Fire Dog and Rekindling, seeing play for that reason. As for the new to Hidden Arsenal archetype...
In case you missed it, full art Elemental Hero Neo, self-made UR art, it's insane. Does anyone have a link to that? What does that mean? What does that mean? Farfa vid for EU Prince.
Naturia was a series of earth beasts, insects, plants, and other various types, focused on control gameplay by restricting what the opponent can do. Their boss monster, Naturia Beast, was a level 5 Earthlock Synchro that could mill 2 cards from the top of your deck to negate any spell any number of times a turn. Naturia as an archetype would go absolutely nowhere with this wave. However, Beast specifically would be picked up by decks able to provide the earth materials for it, able to shut down a large portion of the opponent's deck with its effect. Gen X would receive new support here after its debut in Shining Darkness, with its most notable piece here being Blast Fan, able to search a Dark Gen X on Special Summon, which would see some minor experimentation as a swarm tool. Fabled would be a new archetype of light fiends focused on discard effects, receiving Grimrow, who can send itself from hand to grave to search a Fabled monster if you control a Fabled, Kushano, who can discard a Fabled in hand to add itself from grave back to hand, and Valkyrus, a level 8 Fable-locked Synchro that could discard a fiend to draw a card once per turn. Fable would see minor experimentation here, but no success until future waves of support were really good. Lastly were the Jurax, a new series of fire dinosaurs with a mishmash of random effects at the time, seeing no play on release. YCS Indianapolis would follow this release 2 weeks later on August 7th, with the only real contribution from Hidden Arsenal 2 to the meta being the inclusion of Naturia Beast into
we watched that last weekend,
being makeable using Pashul. Anthony Meyer would take the event using Anti-Meta Stun, whose deck, like previous variants, was built specifically for countering out X-Saber, Infernity, and Frog FTK with its options. Directly following Indy, the 2010 Yu-Gi-Oh! World...
What do you mean counter Frog FTK? You have no... There's one DD Crow in your deck. If they go first, you lose. It's called Frog FTK for a reason. How did you not think about getting maybe 2 extra DD Crows in there?
X-Saber, Infernity, and Frog FTK with its options. Directly following Indy...
There is someone in the world who topped or played this YCS with Frog FTK, and they got crowed by this list in Game 3 going first, and they are still mad about it to this day. I guarantee you, there's a person in the world that lost to the one of Crow, and they're still mad about it to this day.
Infernity, and Frog FTK with its options. Directly following Indy, the 2010 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships would take place in Long Beach, Florida on August 14th. And with it, Blackwing would have a shocking upset of placements in the top 8, taking 3 of the top 8.
This does not make any sense.
8 spots. However, one of the biggest red flags in the game's history was the winning deck, being Galileo de Abaldia of Panama's Frog FTK, being the first and so far only time in the game's history that an FTK deck took the World Championship, which 100% put the deck as enemy number 1 on the next ban list. While the meta had stagnated the last few months, changes to the game as a whole were on the horizon, as the next core set was 10 days away, and judging by the core sets so far, it was bound to bring a massive shakeup to the game as a whole.
Oh my god, this is also 2010? Bro, I already called the set in this video The Power of the Elements of 2010. How am I supposed... What is this then? If I called the last set, if I called Shining Darkness Power of the Elements, what the hell is Duelist Revolution? It's not Darkwing Blast, man, because it's even better. It's even better, man. Duelist Revolution is better than Shining
August
Darkness.
17th, 2010. Set type, core set. Major strategies, scrap, Amazonas, Synchro Fusions.
Oh my
Impact,
god.
A power leap to define an era. Duelist Revolution, being third in a year of highly impactful core sets, would bring a wave of new staples to the game, being heralded by many in the community as the largest jump in generic power from the 5Ds era. While its number of impactful cards is arguably lower than that of Shining Darkness before it, the difference stood in while Shining Darkness introduced strong decks to the game, Duelist Revolution introduced powerful staples for any deck to use.
True.
There are 3 cards in particular that would come from this set that would become immediate staples and change many aspects of card design for the game forever.
Warning.
The first of these was Effect Veiler, a level 1 tuner that can be discarded from hand on the opponent's turn to negate the effects of a face-up monster they control. Veiler would be the first in a new powerful line of hand traps that would slowly release through the remainder of 5Ds, and would revolutionize the concept following the previous hand traps being odd one-offs in the case of DD Crow, or battle-centric in the cases of Gores and Tragodia, with Veiler moving from here to become staple in various decks of the format as a form of turn 1 interaction. The second was Pot of Duality, a spell that, for the cost of special summons that turn, let you look at the top 3 cards of your deck, pick one to add to hand, and shuffle the other 2 back in. Duality would represent a...
There was a time in Yu-Gi-Oh, by the way, where this deck did not only see play in stun decks. This card saw play in almost every deck, because the game was slow enough to take a turn off for consistency's sake, right? You would basically set up a turn with Pot of Duality. Like X-Sabers played this, Infernity played this, so many decks, almost every deck played Duality because it was so good. It was also another very expensive secret rare at the time. I want to say, did it break 100? I'm not sure.
Trade-off for the era that was...
Stop pre-watching the video. I'm not pre-watching. I was there. I existed in 2010. That's not pre-watching the recap.
Exceptionally well balanced, allowing for more consistency in exchange for not popping off that turn, which would see play as a 3-of in almost every deck in the format, as the consistency it provided was well worth the trade-off. It would also serve as a blueprint for various cards designed many years from now as examples of making good consistency cards that had an appropriate drawback. Lastly of the staple trio was Solemn Warning, a counter trap that can negate a summon or effect that summons for the cost of 2,000 life points. At this stage, Solemn Judgment was already seeing consistent play primarily as a way to counter out the inherent summons of various bosses and synchros, so giving the players the ability to do the same for simply 2,000 life points rather than potentially 4,000 would be immediately jumped on, with Warning taking a slot in most decks' macro lineups immediately at its maximum 3 copies. Outside of these 3 cards, there were still plenty of other cards in the set to experiment with, starting with the new archetype of Scraps, a series of Earth monsters that gain effects when destroyed by card effect, with Chimera summoning a Scrap Tuner from grave on normal summon.
If Scraps released like a little bit earlier, they would have been meta. Like during Edison or something like that, like literally half a year earlier, the Scrap archetype, it's meta as hell.
Being unable to be destroyed in battle, destroying itself at the end of the battle phase if attacked in face of defense, and adding a Scrap from grave to hand if destroyed by a Scrap effect, including its own. Beast, with the same auto-destroy and cycle effect as Goblin, Golem, who can special summon a Scrap from grave to either player's field once per turn, Archfiend, a TCG exclusive level 7 synchro with no effect, Dragon, a level 8 synchro that can destroy a card on each player's field once per turn and revive a non-synchro Scrap on effect destruction, Yard, a search spell for Scrap tuners, and Storm, a foolish burial for Scraps that destroys a Scrap on your field and draws a card. Scrap as a strategy would see the occasional pop-up into the meta with this introductory wave, but by far and away their biggest impact would be in Scrap Dragon, who was shockingly a generic synchro, becoming one of the staple level 8s of the format. Watch would see a couple of new pieces here with Pheasant, who could attack directly and temporarily banish a monster on field when it deals battle damage, and Chimera, a level 6 Watt-locked synchro that could attack directly and stacks a card in the opponent's hand on top of their deck if it dealt battle damage. Watts would see the occasional experimentation at this stage thanks to its multiple direct attackers, but still would see no meta play from this. Naturia would see a couple of support pieces released here, with the notable ones being Bamboo Shoot, who locked the opponent from using spells and traps if it was tribute summoned using a Naturia monster, and Pineapple, a TCG exclusive that operated like Treeborn Frog, but only if you only have plants and beasts in grave. This package would see some minor experimentation in the meta, with Pineapple seeing a massive amount of hype on reveal to release, but the package itself would not crack into the meta at all. Amazonas would be the next legacy archetype after Gravekeeper to receive a major redefining support wave with Sage, who could destroy a spell or trap after she attacks, Trainee, who sends a monster she destroys to the bottom of the deck, Queen, who prevents Amazonas monsters from being destroyed by battle, and Scouts, a TCG exclusive that can tribute itself on quick effect to prevent Amazonas monsters from being targeted by monster effects or destroyed by card effects. While this was not quite as good as the previous Gravekeeper wave, it did set the precedent that legacy support was now going to be a regular thing for older archetypes. Synchro fusions were a new concept of fusing synchro monsters together to make stronger bosses, which was primarily supported by the spell Miracle Synchro Fusion, able to banish the materials from grave to fuse if the fusion requires a synchro monster, with the concept doing absolutely nothing on release. Horn of the Phantom Beast was a trap that boosted a beast or beast warrior by 800 attack and drew a card every time it destroys a monster in battle, seeing some consideration for various stun decks as their primary playmakers were beast and beast warriors at this stage. Lastly, for OCG imports, Fabled Raven could discard any number of cards to boost its level and attack for each until the end of the turn, seeing play in a future strategy, and Stygian Street Patrol, who could banish itself from grave to special summon a fiend with 2,000 or less attack in hand, which would become a tech option for Infernity for summoning an Archfiend in hand to trigger its effect. In addition to Duelist Revolution's release, a new ban list would take effect 2 weeks later on September 1st, and it would swiftly deal with many of the problem cards of the era. Newly banned were Rescue Cat, Substitoad, Brain Control, Heavy Storm, and Temple of the Kings, with Cat and Toad being power players of 2 of the top decks, X-Saber and Frog FTK, Brain Control and Heavy Storm being staples of the format, and Temple of the Kings being a preemptive hit to an upcoming release, being the first time in the history of the game that a card was banned in the TCG prior to its release, being a problem card in the OCG causing various FTKs. Newly limited were Black Whirlwind, a hit to Blackwings after their Worlds performance, Dark Hole, returning from 0, Infernity Launcher, a massive hit to the combo potential of Infernity, Monster Reborn, returning from 0, and Royal Oppression, a hit to the big floodgate of the format. Newly semi-limited were Chaos Sorcerer, up from 1, Duloran, down from 3 and as a hit to its OTK potential, Snipe Hunter, up from 1, MST, up from 1,
I think we are starting to approach the first
and Ojometry, up from 1. Lastly, released from the list here were Black Rose Dragon, Cyber Dragon, Goblin Zombie, Treeborn Frog, United We Stand, and Royal Decree. The results of this list were pretty concrete, being the death of Frog FTK and a major hit to X-Saber, being the highest performing decks of the previous meta. But it was still up in the air how the meta would shake out from here. The new Jump promo would be released the same day with Volume 8, Issue 9, bringing Malefic Stardust Dragon, a new boss that could be special summoned by banishing Stardust Dragon from the extra deck while a field spell is active, is destroyed if there's no active field spell, and prevents face-up field spells from being destroyed by card effects. While not relevant yet, Malefic Stardust would find a rather unique place in the meta later this year with the release of a certain set of support, which we'll get to soon enough. YCS Toronto would be the first event under this new ban list, taking place on September 4th, and clearly the meta was shaken up heavily, but no new decks would bubble to the surface from the change, although almost every deck ending in the top 16 here was playing at least one of the new staple 3. Lazaro Bolito would take the event with Xaber, claiming his 4th major event victory, seeing a shift in ratios with the loss of Rescue Cat from the list, adding in a copy each of Valor, Duality, and Warning to take advantage of the new stable trio. YCS Bokum would follow 2 weeks later on September 25th, and this particular event would be massively important for the history of the game, not because of what was played, but because this was the first ever European YCS event, marking a point where active support was being given to the EU player base outside.
Can you believe this? It's kind of infuriating that this whole Shonen Jump Championship thing has never freaking existed in Europe. It's so it's so weird. Like, we always had the community, we always played the game, but we just didn't get the big events. We just didn't have it. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is my first YCS too. My first YCS that I ever attended was the first European YCS ever, YCS Bokum. I played X-Sabers, and I went X3. I went, I think, 8-3 at the time, and I got like 42nd place or something like that, and I was pretty happy about that. I was pretty happy. I was 15 years old or something, and I was pretty happy with that.
Of the once-a-year WCQ. Scrap would see its first ever top here, writing off the initial wave of support with Chimera being a 1-card level 7 or 8 Synchro, Gigantes being used for Synchro extension and tribute fodder for Golem, and Scrap Dragon taking a far more interesting position here than any other deck, as Solemn Warning being used on Scrap Dragon in an actual Scrap deck can result in them simply getting another Scrap Dragon before the end of the turn thanks to its float effect still triggering if it popped with Warning. Machina Control was a new development in the Machina strategy, ditching the gadgets in exchange for more control-centric tools like Raikou, Spirit Reaper, and Fossil Dyna, with Pot of Duality here pulling far more weight than some other decks in the format due to not necessarily needing special summons every turn. Synchro Plant was the newest evolution of the strategy from the previous Quick Draw Dandy Warrior deck, ditching the previously titular tuner for more control options like Doom Caliber Knight, choosing to rely more heavily on the generic Synchro pool. Michael Gruner would take the event with X-Saber, seeing a similar set of ratios to Lazaro's Toronto winning list, although dropping the duality in favor of an additional Warning. YCS San Jose would take place the same day, and while some shifts were present in both tournaments, San Jose would show various differences in the development of the meta, particularly in the shocking popularity of Blackwing following the Black Whirlwind limit, playing more of a slower control game thanks to Pot of Duality and Icarus
people still
attack,
playing?
With some
you guys
also
saw the other decks, right? I'm watching the same video, right? We are all experiencing the same like stuff. Why are people playing Blackwings, man? What the hell, man? Why is it black? Dude, you realize the power of the other decks? Why are you choosing Blackwing, man?
Opting for Deck Devastation Virus to mix with Soroka. Aggro Dragon would be a new face in the meta here, claiming a single top 32 spot, being the first of many dragon decks in the future to be abusing the interaction of Future Fusion and 5-headed dragon, able to effectively get 5 Foolish Burials for dragons off of a singular card, which would standardly dump at least 2 Red MD and 2 Red Eyes Wyvern to set up for an end phase push to revive Red MDs with Wyvern's effect. Chaos Control continued to innovate and resurface every few months or so, now using the Koichi Black Salvo combo to make heavier dark pushes while also being able to provide Lights Engraved thanks to Valor's effect. Infernity would see a little revitalization here in the inclusion of Stygian Street Patrol, allowing you to
The thing is, this deck, literally what's on screen right now is what I talked about earlier, the 100 Eyes combo, right? This deck right here is probably still incredibly powerful. Like, this is an insanely strong deck. I don't really know why we would play Blackwings if we have this shit available. Like, because the Blackwing deck that we just looked at is almost the same as in Edison format. It's honestly probably weaker than Edison format Blackwing, because it only has 1 Whirlwind. Everything else is almost the same than it is in Edison format. And then there's just this thing, right? This monster of a deck, which is this is incredibly powerful still. Even though launcher is limited already, this is an incredibly powerful deck.
Summon a stuck Archfiend in hand to get an additional search, giving Infernity a little extra gas with the recent limit of launcher.
Shot.
Angel Flores would win the event with Hero Beat, with the deck finding a new breath of air with the staple trio of D-Rev, as Duality in particular worked well with the strategy that heavily enjoyed sitting on a normal summon of Alias for multiple turns. Lastly for this group of tournaments was YCS Philadelphia 2 weeks later on October 9th, and from this event, X-Saber would once again grow to take a major portion of the top cut, though notably not an overwhelming majority. Flamville would have a surprise appearance in the top cut here thanks to the recently released Baby, giving the deck easy access to monsters like Kashtira, but now would also play a copy of Archer to access the level 7 pool in addition to the standard 3 copies of Magician, as the level 8 pool had grown substantially in power since their last top cut appearance with Scrap Dragon. Tan Nguyen would take the event with Synchro Plant, notably cutting the Doom Calibers from the list and playing more into the plant package with its only tuners being Debris Dragon and Spore. taking advantage of Lonefire's ability to access your toolbox of options on a whim. This would be the last event before the next structure deck release, and while it would only bring a couple of new cards, it would set the scene for the next major meta threat just a month away.
Hey, what deck is that?
Structure Deck Merrick. Release date, October 19th, 2010. Set type, Structure Deck. Major strategies, Gravekeeper. Impact, Foreshadowing at its finest. Structure Deck Merrick is one of the oddest structure decks of the entire 5Ds era, as it's the only structure deck to actually be based on a character from the anime in the era, a concept that wouldn't be revisited until late Arc 5 many years later. His primary strategy here was Gravekeeper, seeing reprints of Spy, Guard, Commandant, and even the more recently released Descendant alongside yet another reprint and errata of Necro Valley. For those unaware, Necro Valley is easily the most errata card in the entire history of the game, with its effect changing so many times across the history of the game that it's hard to keep track of what effect it had when. With this particular errata, the grave locking effect was changed to negate anything that would move a card out of the graveyard except by their own effect, which gave the card a glaring blind spot compared to previous erratums. But I'm sure that won't come back to bite it at all. Other reprints of note here included Mystic Tomato, Lava Golem, MST, Book of Moon, Foolish
No,
Fairy.
my headphones died. We've been streaming so long that my headphones are empty, chat. The hell? Need to switch to the other one. Because of the gigantic brain that I have, I always only use one of my AirPods, and then when it's empty, I can switch to the other one. Give me a second.
Allure of Darkness, and Mirror Force, being a solid set of reprint selections. As for new cards, Merrick only brought 2, which in itself was a controversial point because of which cards they were, being Mystical Beast of Serket and Temple of the Kings. While Serket was unremarkable, Temple of the Kings was a major issue card in the OCG, allowing you to activate trap cards to turn their set, causing a various number of headaches as the primary balancing mechanism of traps was simply thrown out the window. Because of this, in a historic move, Temple of the Kings was completely banned from the TCG prior to its release, making it so that it could never be abused in the same way it had been in the OCG. Following the structure deck release, the next jump promo would be dropped into consumers' laps around this time, being Dark End Dragon, the first reprint of the previous SJC prize card. With this release, every SJC prize card had now been reprinted.
Oh, right. This is one big thing about Edison format that you need to, like, if you play Edison format these days, this card is considered legal. Because technically, it was legal at the time. Because it was the current Shonen Jump price card during Edison format, right? So technically, at the time, if you had won a previous Shonen Jump, you could play Dark End Dragon, right? Of course, 99.9% of the player base didn't have access to Dark End Dragon, so it's not really a card that people played back then. It's not really a card that was considered meta relevant for Edison format. But nowadays, of course, if you just look at card legality at the time, Dark End Dragon technically was legal, which is why in any Time Wizard sanctioned event, Dark End Dragon is legal, and that's why it's also considered to be part of the Edison format now, right? Which is, it's just interesting, because nowadays, of course, Dark End Dragon, incredibly powerful card, is part of a lot of Edison decks, and has a great impact on the format. One of the better synchro monsters in Edison format, but was not really. I mean, it was legal at the time, but no one had it, is the thing, right?
For wide usage in the player base, marking a proper end to the circuit's influence on the TCG. With that said, there was one more core set released this year to help try and shake up the meta, and shake things up it would, as it would introduce a couple of new cards to the mix that would completely redefine the late 5Ds metagame.
Starstrike Blast, man.
Starstrike Blast. Release date, November 6th, 2010. Set
Formula
type,
Synchron.
Major strategies, Karakuri, Dragoonity, Excel Synchros, Impact, Synchros, and Overdrive. Man. With the release of Starstrike Blast, various aspects of the game would shift rapidly over the coming months as we rapidly approach the end of the 5Ds era, as while Synchro spam strategies hadn't really been too prevalent in the last year or so, with the closest really being some Synchro toolbox strategies, that aspect of the game would change with the release of a few Synchro tools over the coming months, starting with Formula Synchron, a level 2 Synchro tuner that drew a card on summon and could Synchro summon during the opponent's turn. This would be the start of a cascade of Synchro tools that would facilitate the idea of spamming out as many Synchros as possible within a turn to generate both advantage and fill the board with threats. With Formula being the first of these thanks to it being a tuner, meaning you could make it while setting up another synchro for a free draw, and its ability to let you reactively synchro on the opponent's turn, which means that you could, theoretically, make Black Rose Dragon on their turn and nuke the board in the middle of their setup lines. While the main cards of the set, Shooting Star Dragon and Red Nova Dragon, were meant to serve as the new direction of synchro summons, neither one would see play at this time, with Shooting Star eventually finding a place in synchro lists in the distant future, but not for the reason it was meant to originally. Moving into archetypes, Karakuri was the newest synchro-focused archetype, with all of its...
Karakuri was based, by the way. Karakuri in, like, Tengu Plant format and all that, it's a based as hell deck, man.
Pieces having effects that revolve around battle positions, with all of the main deck monsters having a condition to attack if they're able to, and switching from attack to defense mode if attacked. With Soldier summoning a Karakuri from deck if destroyed in battle, Merchant searching a Karakuri card on normal summon, Strategist swapping the battle position of a monster on summon, Ninja sending a face-up monster to the graveyard on being flipped, Anatomy being a continuous spell that gains a counter every time a Karakuri changes battle position to a max of 2, able to be sent to grave to draw a card for each counter on it, and their synchro boss Bure, a level 7 machine-locked synchro that can special summon a Karakuri from deck on summon and can swap a monster's battle position once per turn. While Karakuri wouldn't see success from this wave, it was notable for having swarming potential thanks to Bure's on-summon effect, needing just a little more to be viable. Watt Hopper was another piece of support for Watts that blocked the opponent from attacking or targeting any Watt other than itself, making it effectively a new version of the previous dupe lock, able to lock both targeting and attacking if you controlled 2. Scrap would receive a couple of new support pieces here in Searcher, who could special summon itself from grave if your Scrap monster is destroyed, nuking all non-Scrap monsters on your field, and Scrap Twin Dragon, a level 9 Scrap-locked synchro that could destroy a card on your field to bounce 2 cards the opponent controls to hand.
They learned from the Scrap Dragon being too generic.
And once per turn, having the same floating effect as the previous Scrap Dragon. Nacheria Cherries could, when sent to the grave by the opponent, summon 2 more cherries from deck, being considerable as level 1 tuner options for plant strategies, but not nearly as much as Glow Up Bulb, a level 1 plant tuner that could, once per duel, revive itself from grave by milling a card from the top of your deck. This card would immediately slot into the previous plant synchro deck to be paired alongside Spore, giving plants another level 1 tuner option, which combined with the newly released Formula Synchron gave the deck a significant boost in power. Speaking of, Tuning was a new search spell that added a Synchron tuner from deck to hand, then milled a card, becoming downright staple in quick draw plant decks, although it was clear that quick draw variants were slowly on their way out with Glow Up Bulb's release. Vanity's Emptiness was a seriously odd card here, being a lock to special summons for both players until the owner has a...
Bro, no one found out how broken this card was until like 2 to 3 years later. 3 to 4 years. No one batted an eye at Vanity's Emptiness, man. No one, and I say no one, cared about this card. No one cared about this card. Until like 3 to 4 years later, it was a €20 common. And everyone freaking played it, and then it got banned eventually, man. Oh my god.
Card sent from deck or field to grave. This card would eventually be realized as one of the most toxic floodgate cards in the game's entire history, though for the time being was completely unrecognized for its actual power, seeing no play on release. Moving into the TCG exclusives, Skullmeister and Droll and Lockbird were 2 new hand traps in similar vein to Valor, with Meister stopping grave effects and Droll stopping searching for the rest of the turn after a card is added from the opponent's deck to hand. These 2 would see no play on release, being too niche in their applications, although they would both eventually find their niches in the coming years.
Niches? You call that a niche? Droll and Lockbird being in every single modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck is a niche. Okay. The first time I remember playing Droll and Lockbird...
Skullmeister and Droll and Lockbird...
The first time I remember using Droll and Lockbird was during Spellbook format. Does anyone remember a different format where we used Droll? I think it was Spellbook. Spellbook was the first time where, you know... And at that point, it was considered like a retro card to like a tech card, you know, like an interesting find. They were like, oh my god, have you seen this card before? And they're like, no, what is it? It came out 3 years ago. Droll and Lockbird. It counters Spellbook, you know, and then we were like, okay, cool, let's play that.
Where 2 new card is added from the opponent's deck to hand. These 2 would see no play on release, being too niche in their applications, although they would both eventually find their niches in the coming years. Gravekeeper's Recruiter, when sent from field to grave, added a Gravekeeper with 1500 or less defense from deck to hand. This card alone would push Gravekeeper up substantially in the metagame, as now you had a worthwhile target to tribute off with Descendant to gain both field advantage and card advantage, which we'll see very soon. Sideblocker was an odd card, effectively serving as a single turn prohibition, seeing experimentation with side deck play from its release here. Kokimeru Wall would round out the Rock Kokimeru monsters, giving a spell negate to match Guardian and Sandman's monster and trap negations, which while not immediate would spark the creation of an entirely new stun strategy. For the OCG imports, Ally Salvo was an offshoot of the Ally of Justice archetype, allowing the user to destroy 2 cards on field if destroyed in battle by a light monster, seeing some side deck play against certain strategies. Lastly, Dragoonity was a new archetype of dragon tuners and winged beast non-tuners that aimed to synchro climb with its pieces. Oddly enough, 2 of its big synchro payoffs would be released here prior to the rest of the archetype due out in the last set of the year, being Vajrayana, a level 6 Dragon and Wing Beast locked synchro who can equip a Dragunity tuner from grave onto itself on summon, and could send an equip card on itself to grave to double its attack for the turn, and Gaydirge, a level 6 Dragon and Wing Beast locked synchro who could search a level 4 lower Dragon or Wing Beast once per turn, then discard a Dragon or Wing Beast from hand. YCS Mexico City would follow this release a week later on November 13th, but unfortunately we do not have much information on this particular event's top cut outside of the top 4 composition, being half and half X-Saber and Blackwing. Jonathan Vasquez would win the event with X-Saber, seeing a full line of duality and 2 warning in his list compared to the previous X-Saber lists. YCS Milan would take place a week later, and while there was no definitive best deck of the event, there were many newish faces. Scrap would see multiple tops here thanks to its new support from Starstrike of Searcher and Twin, giving the deck recursion and wider board effectiveness in a game cleanup state. Chaos Plant would be yet another spin on Synchro Plant, placing more emphasis
This one, by the way, I didn't attend. This was, at the time, I was not old enough to afford going to events that were not in Germany, right? That's why I attended YCS Bochum, but I didn't attend YCS Milan. The first time I believe I went to a different country for Yu-Gi-Oh! Was probably a year later, 2011, I think. But at the time, I was limited to only playing like German events.
On Darks to add in both Dark Arm Dragon and Chaos Sorcerer to the lineup. Matthew Collins would take the event with Synchro Plant, adding in Glow Up Bulb to the lineup with ease, notably adding 2 copies of Formula Synchron to the extra deck as well. YCS Atlanta would be held the same day, and it would paint a far different picture of the meta than Milan, showcasing the difference in mindsets between American and European players. Synchro Plant would dominate this tournament, taking a third of the top 32, primarily thanks to Glow Up Bulb, providing a vast amount of utility to the deck as a whole by both being a reviving tuner for synchro plays, and also as a piece for Caius to use to get onto the board. However, unquestionably the biggest shakeup here was Gravekeeper, who converted to take 3 of the top 4 and both spots in the finals, with Fraser Smith taking the event with the deck. Recruiter had been the piece the deck needed to be viable in the meta, being also one of the best decks to utilize Pot of Duality alongside Hero Beat, with a slow game being ideal for the deck, controlling what can stay on the board, what gets used in the grave with Necro Valley, and able to rip hands apart with Royal Tribute. Also worth noting is the side deck inclusion of Malefic Stardust Dragon, as it would slowly move into the main deck in the coming months, being able to summon itself for free if you control Necro Valley, and providing protection for said Necro Valley from removal, with MST being so prevalent in decks at the time. This would be the last event of 2010, but there was still one more set left to try and shake up the meta before entering 2011, and though its impacts were minimal at the time, it would grow to show its true power with time.
Ooh, do Hidden Arsenal 3?
Hidden Arsenal 3. Release date, December 7th, 2010. Set type, deck building set. Major strategies, Dual Terminal Wave 3. Impact, Future Sleepers and Side Deck Sweepers. Hidden Arsenal 3, similar to 2 before it, aimed to give the legalization printings of various cards found in the dual terminal cabinets for TCG play, with most archetypes in it gaining something of note, even if it would be a while before they became impactful. R-Gen-X was a new offshoot of the Gen X archetype that searched and summoned specific levels of other R-Gen-X's.
Chat, maybe relevant in 2024, huh? Years down the line, huh?
For board swarming, but effectively did nothing for the archetype in its current iteration, being instantly forgotten for now. Fabled would receive a couple of interesting pieces here in Cruz, who could summon a Fabled from grave if discarded, and Ragin, a level 5 Fabled locked synchro that let you draw until you have 2 cards in hand. While these 2 wouldn't be useful now yet again, they would find usage within the next year as new support and a new archetype would redefine what they could do. Jurak received a single interesting piece here in Guaiba, who could special summon a Jurak from deck with 1700 or less attack, which could include itself. While not useful now, Guaiba specifically would find an interesting home in the following year thanks to a new archetype release that would love the extra dinosaur swarming. Naturia would receive Sunflower, who contribute itself in another Naturia to negate a monster effect and destroy it, being useful in the distant future. Cliff, who could special summon a Naturia from deck when sent to grave, which unfortunately missed timing so you couldn't get its effect by synchro summoning with it, which cratered its usefulness despite initial experimentation. And Barkion, a level 6 Earthlock synchro that could banish 2 cards from grave to negate a trap any number of times in a turn, being seen as a counterpart to Beast, seeing play outside of its archetype for the same reason. Ice Barrier would receive a couple of interesting pieces here in Dewdark, who could attack directly if all monsters you control are level 2 or lower, spawning an odd deck known as Wetlands Beatdown due to being a 2400 direct attacker under the field spell Wetlands, and Gungan, a level 7 Waterlock synchro that could discard up to 2 cards a turn to pop that many cards the opponent controlled, seeing some experimentation. Worms would see an interesting pair of cards here in Zex, who could send a worm from deck to grave on normal summon and can't be destroyed by battle if you control Yagan, and Yagan, who can special summon itself face down from grave if you control a Zex, and can bounce a monster on flip. These 2 would form an interesting control core which, while not too good for the current day, would become worth revisiting with a card release in the future. Dragunity would get their main introductory wave of support here, receiving Dux, who equips a Dragon Dragunity to itself from grave on normal summon, Legionnaire, who does the same and can send a Dragunity card from the spell and trap zone to pop a monster on field, Phalanx, who could special summon itself from the spell and trap zone if equipped to a monster, and Gaybulge, a level 6 Dragon and Wing Beast locked synchro that can banish a Wing Beast from grave to gain its attack for the turn when it battles. Dragoonity would have the bones of a competent Synchro archetype here, with Duck specifically representing a 1-card level 8 Synchro thanks to Phalanx and Vajrayana, but unfortunately for the time, it was just not quite strong enough to become a meta presence. Lastly, Ally of Justice would gain a couple more tools to be used primarily as side deck tools against light strategies with Quarantine, who prevented the special summon of light monsters while on field, Cycle Reader, who served as a double DD Crow for light monsters, and Decisive Armor, a level 10 3-material Synchro that, if the opponent controlled a light monster, can either destroy a set card, send a card from hand to grave to destroy all spells and traps the opponent controls, or send your entire hand to grave to look at the opponent's hand and send all lights to grave, burning them for each, once per turn, only getting one of those effects. And with that, 2010 would come to a close, being one of the most jam-packed years we've covered so far, with almost...
That was a lot of stuff in 2010, man. There was a lot of stuff in this video. Holy...
Almost every set shaking up the meta substantially with its release. And it would only get more insane from here, as 2011 was just around the corner, ready to bring in new strategies, new staple tools, and the next major era of the game to the masses. A huge shout out to my Dark Law level patrons.
Yeah, I mean, look, another great recap video. I'm gonna link you guys the channel. And you guys all, if you enjoyed that, you know, there's more content on the channel. You guys go subscribe. Yeah, okay. No, I enjoyed that. Thank you for making it. I'm actively working on the 2011 script right now. Poggers, let me know when it drops. I want to see the 2011. No. All right, chat. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. It was a little bit longer than usual, so I hope you appreciate the extra hour or whatever. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for all the support as per usual. I'll send you guys over to Farfa, and don't forget, I will be streaming at some point during the weekend. I don't know if it's tomorrow or on Saturday. It depends on how I feel like, but we're gonna play some second stage of the Duelist Cup together and see how high we can climb. So see you at some point during the weekend. Until then, hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Wonderful start into your weekend tomorrow as well. And I'll see you guys either tomorrow or on Saturday, most likely. Until then, bye-bye, everybody. Peace.